but it looks like they will actually get caught. That's gonna be one going down, one more possibly. It is the Ashmar falling in. Oh no, Casino is caught off guard too. So now only 3 members up, but they're in the middle of the rest of the team here. It's gonna be a full 6-man. Oh, you gotta be careful. You've got the energy cable, you got the repair cable, along with the heal being used early on. Hades will get popped. They're not actually using the Methasol. They don't have it, or they might have actually popped it onto someone else as they charge forward. Now Ashmar punch being utilized as well, and the screaming Nimbus, everything being used from the defense here. They were trying to play for that drop down to respond to either a point A or point B push, but now here's a concerted effort coming out from Minarizaki, but they're not even going to be able to make it over to that waypoint. They already cleaned up. Transam, I believe, might have been used here. We do have the Unicorn ultimate going down, picking up 2, and now that's going to be the clean. You can see they're trying to measure the defensive push, and now they end up losing out on their Sazabi, but the Hades has been used from the defensive side. They're at least bleeding out some of the ultimates, and with the time advantage that they had on point A, that's actually kind of good for them. Bleeding out 2 ultimates. Nimbus, they've got the Hades along with Transam to play off of here, and put the initial pick onto Batty, and there's the screaming Nimbus coming on in. They want to play off of this to just create some space, allow their team to come on in, maybe even pick up 3 there for Casino on the dom.
You know, I was talking about on point, 23 seconds left. They do have the mobility to seek somebody behind, but I don't know if they want to use that right away and split their team up. But this is the turret got 2 kills. The turret got 2 kills from Memphis.
Yeah, set up though expertly by that Ashmar punch, who was just waiting around the corner that entire time. You get once you capture the points. Turn A Gundam has his butterfly ready to go, but he doesn't need to quite use it. We'll go ahead just in case. He'll have time to try and build that one up as he clears out 2. They find 2 more picks here, so they're not going to risk anything at all whatsoever. They've got the huge man advantage, and now he gets one last over.
Right, there's 4 minutes left. That is a huge amount of time, and all they need to do is just get 2 more ticks. But that's one thing that I really like about Guntank, right? Gun on Exia makes Exia so hard to kill. Already it's a slippery target, but giving it that extra health that's like, I mean, it's already a high percentage of its health that it's giving extra. It becomes like this 2-man just killing squad. It's ridiculous, but that was a nice chunk directly on the leg.
Back, he will have that faster charge to try and knock them back. It worked with that Ashmar punch, but instead just the presence alone. Transam has been used. They find 2. Listic has gone down. They need to get a man on the point now, and somehow Powerpuff Girls keep this alive.
They have to fall back. The XA uses Trans Am on the offensive side, but unfortunately he will fall to Nico, in which popped his own Trans Am, gets 2, and now the offensive side with 25 seconds left, it's looking pretty scary for them on Harbor.
You have to put yourself into potentially being sniped out when you go for the repair, as you can see them start to just try and move forward. Meth 94% to the ultimate. The Dreams comes in with the crash, and it's absolutely wrecking his opponents.
The defense side, but Calvin trades back X-Ray once more. On the other side, Red has got X-Ray again. He's killed them 3 times, but the Resurrect has been there every single time. And now the Barbados is in on his face. Illusion goes down to Dreams, and the offense is thwarted here. Kyler gets the Resurrect onto Glitch as well.
It's the mix, and there's no ultimate on the side of Borg. They're done for.
Yeah. And meanwhile, they have to run down. Oh my god, this Pale Rider ultimate on the other side. He's just shredding everybody on the defense, or on the offense rather. 1 second left, extra overtime goes down. Alrenet comes through onto X-Ray. The time is ticking down. It's just him on this point. It doesn't look like he's going to do anything here.
Hit those melees.
Yeah, he's gonna have to go hard right now, but Kaki got 2. X-Ray with a huge rocket with the 2K, and they can actually get the capture point off of this as well, as they just need to hit a couple more shots to get a full team wipe. The X is back, gets the stun, but it's just gonna... This has used his boost, what I'd assume to be is the Zaku ranged, and it's just glitch on this point with that ultimate, but no! Dream with a huge ultimate stops the Sazabi in its tracks, and nobody else aboard Gundam can actually delay this point. They
Attacking team to be able to get on top of them sooner.
Sniper vs sniper in the main of the objective here. Payan does get Stolly. Carl Sagan gets Kyler, but the headshot comes through into Legacy. Nice shots from Dream. Does take him down, but the 8 point is now under contest, and Dream hits those shots. Once more, he gets slick. So that's 2 down, but is that enough to really hold this point? Has to jump pad over the top side.
Does go down to the methods of Coop. As we can see, Dreams on that Ashmore just trying to go in super deep to be able to buy themselves the space to go for that plan on towards B. They've been able to get it, but it is going to be Nico with the G maneuver. The Hades coming through from the Pale Rider. Brute force through this funnel choke. They're going to have nothing. So when the faster respawns come through from the defense, so it can't be a full dump. And it's going to be so much committed.
It's Carl Sagan again. 3K before he goes down. Traded out in the back line, but what a huge ultimate from the Zaku to melee of Team Vacuum's team.
Get stunned through, and it is now going to be just absolute.
Carl Sagan! Carl Sagan!
Carl Sagan coming in with the absolute clutch Zaku to melee G maneuver.
Welcome everybody to Celestial Assault. We are here with Championship Sunday. Only 3 teams remain. Of course, it's Celestial Assault presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League, and we are now part of the Pilot Academy. But I am EGP Wonder Chef, joined by James Jamerson Lee to bring you the action for the top 3 teams that remain.
Yeah, and yesterday was just jam-packed full of action. That, like, we were wondering what we were going to expect, right? What can we see in terms of composition? Are we going to see the new map coming out fairly frequently? Nope, that didn't happen. But we got to see a lot of new units actually being put in the spotlight more than anything else. I mean, last time around, in our last go, in our final event of 2022, it was all about Turn A Gundam, but we saw everything coming out from Barbados, from Dom Trooper, from Ashamar players as well. So it was a real treat for Gundam fans.
Yeah, that's been the real story, I think, of this event, is that it's the first event since Season 2 dropped for Gundam Evolution. It's the first event of the new year, obviously. It's the first event in a little bit of time, just because, of course, the holidays happened at the end of the year near December. So it's been a big shift as far as the players in the teams, the entire meta of the game, right? There's a new suit that we haven't seen yet. But overall, you know, we could even take a look at how things played out over the previous season, because we did have some teams that did really well that are no longer here within this league, at least within the current tournament, right? In Arizaki, Bork Gundam, Team Saki Vacuums. But the players that are on those teams, a lot of them, I would say almost even the majority, have switched over to a lot of the other teams that we're seeing today. I mean, you look at teams like Powerpuff Girls, Gundam Unicorn, a lot of them have combined to make Team Mafty, which is currently in our winners finals. Also with maps, right? We've seen, I think we saw some clear favorites, right? Last year, last season, last series, but it's changed a lot this time.
Yeah, we actually had a pretty high pick rate, I would say, for Harbor City more than anything else, or at least on stream we did. And that was surprising to say the least, because we got to see some great Jim Sniper play.
Yeah, we can actually see it here. Now we're looking at the stats for just so far what we've had over the previous day, and this includes off-broadcast matches. But you can see 10 Quarry picks, 10 Harbor City picks, and by far the least ban for both of those as well. Kind of the opposite of every other map in the entire series. So those have been the real favorites. It's really strange, completely different from what we saw in the previous year. And you can see all the placements so far. Of course, first, second, and third, we're playing for those today. And those are going to be points that go towards the Pilots Academy, getting you qualified for that official Gundam Evolution Esports tournament. But Bozos, Sartorius Esports out at 4th and 5th. Skill Issue and Space Nord Supremacists and Akuma are the other teams in that top 8. So they're already getting points. They're guaranteeing themselves some points, which is not the easiest thing to do. Of course, you'd have to play quite well. So huge shout outs to them, but they're not in this yet. And if you want to see how these teams did manage to qualify for these top 3 spots so far, we have a little recap video for you of what happened yesterday. Stuff from the defensive side. Looks like we're getting it back again, but it looks like the push may go to B this time, and it definitely has already.
But Nox is turning things around despite being able to get the Mega Charge down onto point B. Nox with that Trans Am finds maybe the 4th kill in just a moment, narrowly missing that out, but they will be able to pick that one up onto Victus in with that dive. But again, Sazabi versus Sazabi this time around. Exponent will be the first one to fall, and this looks like a good hold now coming out from Bozos, only losing out on their Dom. Mr. Big Large has his Ashmar punch, but it doesn't even matter. They finally touched a point at the end there, but we'll see. Fusion Blackie ends up going down. That's going to be Blue Jay coming in with a Trans Am. He doesn't have a health pack here, but he's still chasing one more down. He will go. It's going to be finding one Ender made Ake out off light, and what a beautiful hold coming out from our defense.
Yeah, and so almost getting that health pack just to barely stay up, but same thing with the robot. Both of them just not quite getting what they want. That was an aggressive chase. That's going to be 3 ticks, and there's only 3 people up on the side of Skill Issue, and that's slowly going to turn into less. And now there's only about 1 person ready to challenge. It's going to be the Trans Am, though, going to get 1 pick, but only 1. We are still going to see the Methods, but that's the entire team.
Himself some health, and that's going to be the 2nd tick coming in for Skill Issue.
Yeah, oh, nice avoidance from Amano, not getting jumped on. That can be pretty well reacted to if you're ready for it, but look at this, G maneuver into G maneuver, and that is going to be so many players on the side of Bozos going down.
G maneuvers available, never mind just the one as Nitro Genocide goes down. Trans Am is up, they've got the Unicorn ulti as well. They might be able to just finish this one off without it. 15 seconds remaining, and that was huge coming out from. We're able to answer it back. They've almost popped all of their G maneuvers as well. Amano with a nice little shot there on a Victus. Maybe another knock coming out from Blue Jay.
Yeah, Mono still just, oh my gosh. Okay, it just immediately going down over there. Maybe a little bit of overcommitment going against 2 very strong close range suits right there. But while they lost the Victus for a little bit, of course, just brought them back up. But this might give enough time. And oh my gosh, on the Exia too, that's huge.
Yeah, Amano is doing so much right now. That's going to be another one going down. There's a 3rd. Amano cannot be stopped. Oh. The 3rd tick actually comes on in. The Screaming Nimbus is a little bit late, but they're going to try and engage with that, and he ends up somehow surviving. What just happened there? It was like sheer force of will to keep it on there, and he does end up going down, but here's Gasman now to clean things up at the end of the fight, but someone is still on point. They do end up giving away 3 ticks, but the defense will hold. Gasman pops his G maneuver, finds 1. We'll see if he can get a little bit more. Nox is backing up as well, but again, they have to start playing around the defense here, but they end up going down. Dark Infestor now charging forward. He doesn't have his heal. He will have it now in time to keep his team topped off, but a huge punch from Nitro Genocide as the time ticks away.
That Dom Screaming Nimbus moment has to be one of my favorite moments of all time. I cannot believe that they managed to get back on stage. They were like, barely just turning around, and then they got knocked off again, and then it fell back on stage again. I mean, they get down eventually, but that was hilarious. We had so many good moments yesterday, and I think Harbor City's been a big reason why we've seen a lot of good moments. I don't know why. I know that like the choke point can be really annoying there, but we just always get hype moments on it, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is an FPS, and I never really thought that you would really have to learn how to like edge guard, but you know, it looks like you actually have to when you're facing off against a Dom using a Screaming Nimbus right there on the edge. It was absolute insanity.
Yeah, we saw a few other moments too where like the Screaming Nimbus got started up and then got knocked into that middle pit, and then we saw a few unfortunate falls otherwise. So there's definitely a lot of stage hazard deaths, you could say, over the course of yesterday. But we'll see if the teams decide to pick the same maps overall. Like we said, you know, Quarry and Harbor City being the two most popular maps is a little bit, I mean, very different, but a little bit interesting. You know, I don't know what necessarily changed to make them kind of like the go-tos as far as today goes, but we of course did see some really great sniper play. We got to see in those highlights on Mono, Fuerte. We got to see actually Enders I don't think was in those highlights, but Enders another amazing you know, kind of like, we see a lot of the flexes that either play like Pale Rider or Gym Sniper, and there were quite a few of them that were really strong yesterday, and I think maybe those teams were really confident and decided to go with some of the longer range maps, like for example Harbor City, and that gave some awesome moments. Like we got to see, of course, that even not on Harbor City, right in Underground Command Center, we got to see the pop off from Amano, just getting like 5 headshots in a row, just unbelievably good aim. But we're gonna have a chance to see some other amazing shots today. Of course, we can talk about our first matchup of the day. That is going to be Team Mafty, which is we mentioned earlier a little bit of a combination of Powerpuff Girls that was doing quite well in our previous tournaments, and of Gundam Unicorn and of some other players. So they're a team that did really well in the official Gundam Evolution tournament very recently, and a lot of players that we just really enjoy watching. They were just super dominant over yesterday, but so were their opponents' IQ.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to call like who's really going to win that one out, and it's unfortunate that in the winners finals that it's only going to be a best of 3, right? We only have our best of 5 for our grand finals, because I feel like that's one that we want to explore a little bit more. But of course, because this is double elimination, there's a 50% chance that we'll have that rematch regardless, and so it'll be kind of like a quasi best of 5, best of 7 in that regard if it happens.
Yeah, and with just all the teams that we have, of course, we got to talk about it being in the, you know, the losers bracket as well. There's Team Tekka Dynasty, which is a mostly remade version of the Team Tekka that we saw also in previous tournaments. So, you know, some of the same players that we've seen, but only about 2 of them that were on Tekka previously. There are about 4 new players on that team, and they've been working together extremely well. They went down to losers bracket, fought through so many tough opponents, and they are for sure here for blood. And then, of course, waiting also in the upper winners finals. I talked about IQ, but just to talk about them a little bit more, they are also, you know, a group of a lot of players that we've seen before. We got tricked by Mr. Big Large, who is, of course, Sunglasses, who's done very well in these tournaments before, too. We've got some of the players like, I mean, there's just so many. But that's kind of, again, I mentioned the story of today is that there's so many players that you could just say, oh, yeah, this person has been on 2 or 3 different teams, and they've done really well on those, and now they're doing well in another team. And it's like, yeah, that's just how the pool of talent goes here.
Yeah, and the nice thing is that, like, because of the shifts, but also because of the changing of the meta overall in terms of compositions, that it seems like, you know, all of our 3 teams kind of have their own separate identity, right? When we were looking at Tekka Dynasty yesterday, we were really surprised by that Barbados pick, and I don't know if you were expecting it. I definitely wasn't, to really see that Barbados pop off for Gasman, but that has kind of become like the core staple, I would say, for their identity for me. So I'm really looking forward to that, seeing their Exia Barbados, that double brawler play again, coming out from them. We're also seeing Sazabis really popping up favorably in terms of the meta as well, and we got to see that used to a great extent. But again, it's just so many different players are being highlighted right now across multiple roles on all the teams, and so I'm really excited to see how this continues to evolve.
Yeah, and it looks like we're probably going to be getting into these picks and bans. I completely agree with you, though. Even, you know, some of the teams we didn't get to see as much because they won too much, like our 2 winners finals teams. They had some really interesting stuff. Like, just going to this pick and ban, we can talk about the fact that we saw the RX-78 coming out of Team Mafties, which was a pick that we didn't see from too many others. And Quarry, the most popular, or tied for the most popular map, already banned off the bat.
Yeah, and we didn't really get to talk about it, right? When 2 maps really end up becoming a little bit more popular on the other side, that means 2 other maps tend to become less popular, and that's surprising because it was Flak Fort that ended up with 10 bans and 4 picks yesterday. I don't know if it was even played, because there were a few times I believe that Flak Fort ended up going to the 3rd map decider as well. So hopefully we can see a little bit more of that, because it is a bit more tried and true standard. But with Quarry out of the play, we'll see. We still have Thermal Plant up, Mountain R&D, and you know, I don't even want to say the new map name because I feel like that just curses it.
It definitely has cursed it so far. I will say the name, I will curse it for us. Colony Trading Post, of course, the newest map in Season 2 of Gundam Evolution, and one of our favorite maps visually. It just looks so cool. Same thing with Harbor City, also looks very cool, but we got to see a lot of Harbor City at least. But Colony Trading Post, you know, we've seen it as the deciding match, like you said, of, I think, 2 separate on-broadcast matches, but it never went to Game 3, which was really unfortunate. Of course, we do tend to see more Game 3s as we get later in the bracket, and we did see some Game 3s yesterday, or we even saw a tiebreaker that ended up going on to oh my gosh, what level was that? I don't know. Lunar, yeah, Colony. Yeah. That's right. So we have a chance. We for sure have a chance, but I just personally would love to see Colony Trading Post, and I know for sure the chat would too.
Yeah, been looking forward to it. It's just because I want to see how teams explore it, how they actually play it, right? Because if we take a look at Harbor City, right? Typically in your pub matches, you're holding in that first corner. Everyone, for some reason, loves to bunch up in that first corner, but we know that in the competitive matches, teams are playing it a lot more differently, a bit more conservatively, and really utilizing the buildings in the back. And so Colony Trading Post, there's still a lot to explore for it. I don't know if anyone, like... damn, as soon as I say it,
you see, that's the problem. When I say the name, I guess it's okay, but as soon as you say it, immediate ban. But yeah, it's unfortunate because obviously we want to see it, but we do know that it is for sure the newest map, and there are a lot of things going on. It's got the sliding doors, it's got a lot of unique angles, so I again think that a lot of these teams maybe just don't want to really try their luck there. I don't know if maybe they've prioritized some of the other maps, but that does mean pretty much everything else is up in the air. We haven't seen a whole lot of thermal plants. We haven't seen, actually, I think maybe we haven't seen thermal plant in general on broadcast. We know, of course, that it was picked a few other times off broadcast. We saw that it was picked at least. I just think we never ended up going there. It was, again, a decider. We've seen some great matches on Underground Command Center, so I do kind of hope that we get a chance to see that one again today.
Yeah, I feel like for a lot of teams that are trying to stay away from Thermal Plant and Mountain R&D in particular, both of those map types for domination, it's just that it takes a certain level of control, right? You can have fights that end up getting away from you, and all of a sudden it's 42% for one side because you end up staggering because no one's calling for the resets and stuff like that. That is a skill set that newer teams need to learn how to do, how to call for a reset, how to call for rotations a little bit earlier, and we got to see the evolution of that on Mountain R&D as well. Some teams, of course, ended up staying a little bit too long for a point. Other teams decide, hey, we still have 20 seconds here, but we're going to go ahead and start making the rotation. Again, the skill sets, that's what you need to learn. And I feel like a lot of teams kind of want to avoid that. So it looks like our first pick is going to be Underground Command Center.
All right. Hey, you know, I was just saying, I mean, we talked about this a lot. We're getting like the weird caster curse as far as maps go. Either we say we want it and we get it, or we say we want it and then they immediately ban it. They're just going to do something. We just have to wait to talk until picks, and then we'll eventually get it. But yeah, I'm loving the Underground Command Center plays today, or I should say this weekend. They've been super, super fun, and it is overall neutral-ish map, right? We've seen some neutral-ish maps. A lot of the destruction missions or the point captures are a little bit more neutral than especially domination maps, which is Thermal Plant as our second pick. And you can see how cool it is here that we can see the actual logos of the teams who picked what. So that will be, of course, IQ choosing Thermal Plant, going for that more chaotic close-up match.
Yeah, and that's going to be a real treat to see. Again, we're seeing a lot of great turn A coming out, and I love turn A on Thermal Plant. It looks like our next ban is going to be Flak Fort, so unfortunately not going to see that, leaving open Mountain R&D and Harbor City. With IQ opting for Thermal Plant, I wonder if Mafty just want to ban out Mountain R&D and send us over to Harbor City for our decider.
Yeah, 2 really polarizing maps to be our final 2 for the decider. Whether they're going to be one of the closest range maps, which it will be, or Harbor City, which we've seen, of course, is like the sniper map. But the decider is going to be Mountain R&D, so this is going to be a pretty domination-heavy set. We've got 2 domination maps and then Underground Command Center, which can be pretty chaotic, at least especially once you get inside that first point. It tends to be pretty close range altogether. We're going to definitely see some brawls this time around, and that's going to be exciting, of course, just based on these teams alone. We've seen that some of the players on I guess they're Team Mafty's now. They were previously Team Powerpuff Girls, are very, very good at those close range brawls, you know, Focus and Casino specifically, you know, doing so much AoE damage and being able to really kind of like synergize the timings for all of that AoE damage. It's been very hard to get anything going with like a death ball against them. So maybe they're the ones that are really just feeling good about, I mean, obviously they didn't pick the domination map, but maybe like, okay, we're going to go for some more close range maps. We'll see how the other team can deal with it.
Yeah, and I like, again, with these 3 maps being picked up, these are 3 maps that kind of put the focus on different units in terms of control of the map, right? If we look at Mountain R&D, we're looking at Ashmars really controlling the outer flanks on the A and C side with the utilization of its AoE. If we go over to Thermal Plants, if you're looking towards the turn A's along with any kind of brawler composition, if you got Barbados, if you got Exia, those are going to be the pivotal points in compositions. But again, when we take a look at our first map, what was that one again?
First of all, Underground Command Center. So
Underground Command Centers, yeah. Yep. So again, that's going to be another point where it's a different unit that's going to be kind of the pivotal unit in terms of composition. On that first point, we're going to be looking at, of course, our Gym Snipers, which I believe had maybe like a 70-80% pick rate. There was one composition, I believe, one team that decided to opt out for the Gym Sniper on their defensive side, or maybe they might have swapped back onto it. I can't quite remember. But again, 3 maps, 3 different ways to really be able to put the focus on different players.
Yeah, I mean, we did see, of course, some like really heavy specialists with the Gym Sniper last time around, or I should say yesterday, exactly. But this is a really cool map just that we're starting on Underground Command Center, because it is one of the most flexible maps with how you want to play defense on that very first relay. And once you lose that relay, it becomes extremely hectic and you generally go for a little bit more close range stuff. But before that, we see a lot of teams that will they'll all group up on like the hill on the high ground, and then once you push, they'll back up. We see some people that immediately just kind of stay faded back behind the relay or over to the side behind that rock, so they can get these kind of the wide angles on the like whole left side when people start running through the river. We see people that stay a little bit more under the, I guess it's kind of like the little hill right above the high ground, the little cave inside. There's just a bunch of different ways you can actually play this. You can try to hold tighter angles with units like, Pale Rider, or you can try to hold longer angles with things like Gym Sniper. So it's really cool. It's a lot of skill expression, a lot of just how you choose to play as a team. And we'll see if there even is a Gym Sniper player on Team Mafty. And I feel like I kind of want to talk about that. We didn't get a chance to see too much of them. We only saw them on broadcast one time, and they were super dominant. And of course, it wasn't that their opponents were playing badly. It's just that they're an incredibly strong team. So we kind of haven't seen the breadth of what they can bring.
Yeah, I mean, in that matchup, I believe in Mafty versus Tekka Dynasty, there were a few errors on the Tekka Dynasty's part, I imagine, which led towards more towards Mafty's victory than anything else. I think, if Tekka Dynasty did clean that up, that set would have been a lot closer, but it definitely doesn't tell the whole story, right? In that 2-0, it looks like it was a dominant, right? And whenever you see a 2-0, it looks dominant, but there were a few errors that Tekka made that if they cleaned up again, that this could have easily gone to a third map, that we might have actually seen a map number 3 between the 2 teams. So I feel like Tekka Dynasty for themselves right now, they are waiting in the lower bracket finals right now to see who they're going to be facing off against, if it's going to be Mafty or IQ, but they should have learned their lesson from yesterday.
Oh yeah, I think they have for sure. I mean, I know they're not one of the 2 teams that we're about to see, but we will see them later. So I just want to talk about them. They are for sure my pick this weekend of that team that goes down to the losers bracket and then just continues to improve game after game after game. And they are looking 100 times better, I think, in this, I guess, end of bracket area than they were a little bit earlier in the bracket. Maybe just again that getting that tournament experience together as a team. I believe this is their first time they've entered together as a team. They may have entered the official Gundam Evo tournament, but regardless, they're pretty new altogether as a team, and I think they're looking super great. They've earned that 3rd spot for sure, hard-fought battles, but I'm sure they're going to want their rematch. We'll see if they get to get that rematch immediately, or if they're going to have to fight through another top team just based on how Matthews and IQ kind of face off in this match. And I feel like we really have no idea. We know that both of these teams are extremely strong. They're both very dominant in their winners semis finals matches, which is all that we really saw from either of them. So again, don't get to see the full breadth of it. We don't get to see like, okay, once this team starts losing, how do they do once they start losing? Because one of these teams is going to start losing at some point. We don't get to see what their like kind of flex picks are if they get up into situations where they do maybe need to switch suits around. A lot of their wins on both sides were really strong, kind of offensively. I know that IQ won a lot of their matches really, really strongly on Mountain R&D just by holding that high ground. So we didn't really get a chance to see them having to retake it that many times. We saw that the Team Mafty kind of game plan was to, I don't want to say death ball, but they ended up death balling because they had so much momentum. So again, we need to see what the flexibility is here once they fight another team that can potentially put them on their back foot, or maybe one of those teams is just going to do that again in winners finals. Who knows?
Mafty definitely did like flex their experience overall, right? And we talked about it in tournaments past, especially with the Powerpuff Girls rosters that like you had mentioned, there's always going to be a team that kind of levels up throughout a tournament, and that was the Powerpuff Girls across our last 2 tournaments. And this is basically the culmination of that. They are showing their experience after 3 tournaments. What have they learned and what have they developed in that regard? Being able to find like the forward spawns, catching people off on that rotation when they were basically giving up the objective. They were finding a little bit more every single time, and so that's basically what it amounts to. So Mafty, I am definitely expecting a lot of great things for them. I still feel like the skill ceiling is still high, and they haven't reached it quite yet because there's still so much for them to basically learn. Because we have to remember that there's still a lot of teams that haven't returned, a lot of players that haven't returned as well. So it's almost kind of like an equalizer here. But right now, it's Mafty that's still standing on top.
A lot of the players who either couldn't make it for this tournament or weren't able to sign up, but we want to see everybody back really soon. We're all just hoping that things all go really well, because we miss a lot of these players, like obviously like Carl Sagan, Legacy, etc., who all won our previous tournament. But I'm really happy that we're getting so many teams turning out and that everybody's still been fighting super hard for the scene. If any of you want to join, I do believe that we've just opened up the Discord, so !Discord in the chat. It's a really easy place to be able to find out where to sign up for these, and I think it's !Pilot Academy in chat, but again, maybe Craze can help me with that. We do know now that there's another 3 events in the Pilot Academy that are not Breakout series events, so there's a ton of events. I think we have like 7 or so lined up, and I don't know all the dates exactly, but it's certainly for quite a while, so this is the perfect time to get into trying to compete. I know the Discord has a channel currently in the server that's for like people who are looking for a team, looking for some people to practice with, maybe even if you just want to try to sub in on some scrims, see how that goes, just get that level of experience. And there's a lot of teams of different levels of experience, so it's definitely something to check out. But hopefully we can get this match started pretty soon. I know that these players are getting the lobby set up. We saw it mostly done pretty soon.
Yeah, and again, it's great to see that we are having all these events coming out as well. I mean, having the one event a month, while I love doing it, I always want more. I always want more. I want to see more competitive Gundam Evolution. The fact that we've had, of course, custom lobbies available since launch as well just makes it easier, and the addition of newer tools, the spectator tool coming in with the pause function coming in as well. I believe they even added on coach slots. I don't know if teams are really utilizing that quite yet. I mean, this is still a burgeoning scene, a newer scene. And so I don't know if we've reached that point where we need the coach slots being utilized, but hey, having that option is fantastic.
Yeah, I want to be a coach for a team. Just go in there and just be like, hey, should have hit your shot. And just talk to the gym sniper, be like, hey, you missed. Aim better. But no, it's super cool. It's super cool that we got all these tools and that we've got all these tournaments. So I'm really excited. And today is, just going to be another great example of just kind of where the level of competition is going to be at for all of these tournaments, at least at the high end, because I feel like our teams have gotten all more consistent over time. We had I don't want to say a little bit more of a disparity between the skill levels of the teams earlier on in the game's life. The game's still pretty young, right? I mean, I don't even remember exactly when it came out. Something about like 6 months-ish ago, which is really, really young for a game like this, especially one that has mobility that people need to get used to and learn how to use at a high level. But now that we're a little bit further in, a lot of these teams, a lot of these players have really played with all of the other really good players, and they've learned things from each other, and they've learned things from these events. So we are getting closer and closer to having these really tough matches in these like grand finals. And for example, we saw in the official Gundam Evolution tournament very recently, we saw the reset happen, which means that there was very much a chance of either team winning. And we could see the same thing potentially happen today, where somebody from the losers bracket ends up making it back through and winning, which is not something that's happened so far in any of the Breakout series events, but I think we're getting very much closer to that actually happening.
Yeah, I mean, again, we just need more competition, right? If we want to get better players, we need more competition. We already know that the player pool right now, it's like amongst in rank, you're going to run into the same players fairly frequently. And so having more competition just to get to let everyone better, just to get more eyes on Gundam, to get more players in as well is something that we're all striving for. So I'm really glad again that we're having more tournaments, that we're having this one as well, and that we're also part of the Pilot Academy. Really excited. I've always loved being a part of like the grassroots programs when it comes to any esports that I get involved with. And so I'm super glad that I've got this opportunity here.
Yeah, and just for anybody who isn't as familiar with why we keep talking about the Pilot Academy, just again, while we're waiting for this match to start, let me explain a little bit. So Bandai Namco, official Gundam Evo esports, of course, they've been running their Pilot Showdowns, their big tournaments. We're going to have the next one's going to be the third one, right? We've already had two. We had one right at the release of the game, and we had one that happened just about at the start of the year, just a few weeks ago. So those have been $20,000 tournaments, and they're going to continue to be running these tournaments. And each of these events now within this grassroots scene, this Pilot Academy, right, which is what the Breakout series is part of, with these new other tournaments. I'm not exactly sure what their series name is, but go check them out. All of these will be giving points to the teams based on how many teams have entered, and those points will qualify you guaranteed for the Pilot Showdowns at the end of the season. So you definitely want to be part of that. You don't want to have to fight your way any other way through getting into those spots. You want to be able to just immediately be ready to practice, to know exactly who your teammates are going to be, and then just get that money, because we had a lot of these teams from the Breakout series do really well. Well, we've had a lot of these players from the Breakout series do really well. Of course, Team Mafty did extremely well. We had a lot of really familiar faces in Team Toto 1010 fans. We've had just everybody was familiar faces pretty much. Not a ton of players that I was just never heard of before or hearing of before. So be sure to sign up for all the Pilot Academy events. You want to get those points. These top 3 teams are going to be getting those points as soon as we decide who is actually our first, second, and third place. I'm going to look for some updates here. We should check.
Yeah, I mean, it's always great to, of course, reward consistency. And I'm glad that we are able to do that. And with the Pilot Academy, make sure that the teams that are sticking together, that are really, going through thick and thin together, are able to actually secure a spot. I love content creators and I love content creator tournaments. But right now for Gundam Evolution, I want to see a lot more focus being put on to our squads that are, doing everything over here. But it looks like we're just getting a reset on the lobby, and then we will be getting into the map fairly shortly. It is Underground Command Center that will be starting off within this best of 3. It is a best of 3 here in the winners finals between Mafty Did Nothing Wrong and Team IQ. And honestly, what a way to start it off. Again, I love the gym sniper battles that we got to see yesterday. I'm really excited to start it off again this way.
Yeah, and I feel like we are getting to start off a little bit slower, starting off with Underground Command Center. Then, of course, just as a reminder, we're going to be going to 2 different domination maps. I am suddenly forgetting the order, but for sure one of them is Mountain R&D, and the other one is going to be Thermal Plant. But here we go. We've already got the defense set up. It does look like we're going to see 3 players on the top of the high ground. The Methods is off a little bit to the side, maybe going to set up a turret in a little bit of a cheeky spot. But we can see the actual team comps coming out, and it's going to include that RX-78.
Yeah, actually, we don't have Gym Sniper coming in. It's going to be Pale Rider coming up from either side, and it looks like fairly similar compositions, except for the change off with the RX-78. But Devotion is actually running the Methus in opposition of Fusion Blackie's Gundam Unicorn.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like this, being able to see. Oh, it looks like we're getting a little bit of the lobby, but being able to see just how the 2 kind of quote-unquote healing options tend to work against each other. But I do like the fact that you're going to be a little bit more split potentially on the defense here. You hold some different angles, but it looks like they're just going to be falling all the way back on the side of Team IQ. And that relay is already going to get picked up. Nobody even standing on it to try and contest it. We do see at least one player moving up, but I'm not sure it's going to be able to actually hold them off.
Yeah, it looks like someone triggered the trap card of Casino there. They were able to pick up a kill with the landmines going down, and you can see how instantly they pivot. Team IQ do to try and push forward, find a few more stackers. David is there on the front line, but he's not going to overextend, and he will back away. So the first minute already going down here as Team Mafty are looking an opening just to try and get this waypoint, and they will go ahead and flip that for now as Enders backs away.
Yeah, they so far have not given up too much, though. This is pretty nice. Despite the fact that the relay is getting taken, it's just constantly getting retaken over and over. We are going to see Mr. Big Large going down, and there's going to have to be a little bit of a run back there. But, oh, just a huge chunk here on Chaotic, not quite able to fully get that knock. But there's going to be just so little health on the side of Team Mafty. They need to find some healing. You can see that Gundam Unicorn is coming to play so well. We're seeing the slow regeneration on every single player on that team, but they are going to eventually give up that relay, and this is going to be a push forward.
Now, Arrow, he does have his Super Napalm at the ready here, and so for the team side of Team Mafty, they have to be careful in how they approach this. They do not want to try and clump up and push through this midsection. They need to try and pick them apart, maybe go for the flanks. You can see that Arrow is actually keeping them at bay. They've got 3 members over here going for that peek now, almost gets the knock onto 1, but they are not going to be able to get that critical damage quite yet. Nice little stun there onto Exponent, but you can see that they are playing super scared of this RX and RX-78.
Yeah, I mean, such a cool suit to see. I love it. One of my favorites to use, and just to see at a high level, it can do so much damage. But oh, Exponent's going to be going down. The Screaming Nib is coming out, going to be chunking several of those members, but there's not a huge follow-up, so I'm not sure exactly how much they're going to be able to get off of that. It does seem like Devotion went down, but not that much else for a Screaming Nimbus, which of course can be a huge G maneuver.
It's answered in kind, though. Screaming Nimbus from the other side here, as it looks like Mafty finally find their opening, and IQ might have just been a little bit reticent, a little bit hesitant to utilize their G maneuvers for this hold, and so that's going to create a huge opening now for them to get the Mega Charge down. This is a long run back here on Underground Command Center. You can see now they're going to be able to set up for the defensive hold on the G maneuvers for that retake. They do have focus with the Ashmar punch. They do have the funnels to utilize as well, so a lot of aerial denial with those 2 G maneuvers.
Yeah, and you can see Casino, Enders, and David all pushing through the side over here, and this is going to be a really great attempt at a retake. Most of the team of Team IQ going down, Mr. Big Large, X-Men, Fusion Black, all falling to that really well-coordinated push, and that should be a disarm on the Mega Charge. I mean, about 5 seconds ago, they were just so quick with all of that, and they're going to be retaking this more offensive hold position, maybe try to take the relay if they can. Not the easiest thing in the world to do.
You know, it was such a great call being made by Team IQ as well. As soon as they got their initial picks, focus was instantly on the disarm there. Now, they do force them back. Enders is the only one with the G maneuver available in this fight. Chaotic, though, has worked his way up 95%, 97%. Just a few more daggers. He will have that Trans Am to utilize here. And with the way teams just naturally clump up, it could be huge. We'll see if the Hades can counter it.
Oh, Hades is a great counter for so many different things, but oh, it looks like, I don't even know what that's done. That must have been a Hyper Hammer, I'd have to assume. And it looks like Arrow just barely escaping, probably pulling up that shield over on the side. Invictus, though, oh, is going to be backing up this charge. Oh, the Trans Am. There's a huge push here for B. This Trans Am could do so much damage. Oh, but just has to back up. Gets very little mileage out of it. Despite that, though, David, Arrow, and Casino all going down. This is going to be kind of a 3v3 here on the point. Let's see if we end up seeing some attempts to plant.
Mega Charge does go down, but it's a little bit too late, and so they will be able to get the defuse there. Not too much progress made by Team Mafty in that one. That is the trouble that teams can find themselves in. It was a great counter engage by, I believe it was Casino. When we had that Trans Am being popped instantly, you saw that Screaming Nimbus being used by, I would say, one of our best Dom players, Casino, there just for the counter engage.
Yeah, Casino is always going to be one of my favorite players to watch. Maybe my favorite player to watch. I mean, Powerpuff Girls just in general was, I think I called my favorite team to watch. So a lot of the players that have held over from that just continue to be some of my favorite players to watch. Of course, we've seen pop-offs from, I want to say, almost half of the players in this lobby. We've seen huge pop-offs just within the past like 2 tournaments or so, or including this current tournament. So this is going to be one of those Twitter clip matches, I think, where we're going to see some huge, amazing counter pushes. But yeah, Casino, of course, tends to get quite a bit of damage and is so good at those reaction G maneuvers where the moment that we see another G maneuver come out, all of a sudden, boom, Screaming Nimbus. It's like less than a second, just a few frames of reaction time, just incredible stuff.
And no surprises there we got to see in the after action report. It was both Merle and Casino, our Dom players respectively from either side, that were topping the damage scores. And that makes sense, of course, right? Teams are playing a little grouped, a little clumped up, and hey, what does Dom like? Well, groups that are clumped up together, you get maximum value off that splash damage from the primary fire. So they do have the highest damage amongst both on both their teams so far. And so the Doms are super important. For Casino in particular, I love the way that he was setting up his mind throughout the defensive side. We saw when they were trying to fight over that waypoint that he was able to find multiple picks with that one. But here they go. IQ now on the offense.
Yeah, and once again, just going for this really heavy push on the high ground. That tends to be kind of the go-to strategy now. And I do love the fact that every single team is really ready to fall back when they need to in those positions. But we do see already a taking of the waypoint and a huge retreat here. And X-Men actually going down on the side of Team IQ. So is Invictus. This is going to be a huge stagger. Just those two suits alone are going to be really core units. They might actually get an opportunity here for Mafty to get this plant if they can get maybe one or two more picks.
Another pick off from Enders there, as it looks like they are getting onto the point. Now, is it going to be point A or for point B? Exponent is back with the respawn. Merle finds one. That's David going down. They do get the res, though, with the help of that Methus chain res, and so they are full back up as a 6. No one has a G maneuver quite yet, but it's Arrow once again, who is topping the G maneuver charge, basically, and he's at 78%. It's on point A, and that super napalm is so strong for being able to hold this point.
Yeah, and once this point gets planted, it is very, very hard to get a full retake unless there is a full near full team wipe. So this is going to be a really tough situation. We can see there's a fight going on in the background. X-Men going down, Arrow going down in the tray. There's an attempt here to disarm the Mega Charge. Not going to go off. Maybe a little bit of I don't know, a risky attempt. You really had to hope that nobody was paying attention to you doing that. But great shots, and that's going to be nearly a full team wipe. Almost everybody on IQ going down, and that will be essentially a team wipe on Team IQ.
Oh no, that was so close. They actually got the defuse on the Mega Charge there, and so now they have to go for the replant. It was so close. It came down to 1 second, I think. If Casino had just peaked just a split second earlier, he could have actually stopped that. But they are back on point A. Now there's 15 seconds. They have all the G maneuvers to utilize that can just stop and stun someone up who's going for that. So they just need to wait things out. 8 more seconds remaining. They got the Ashmar punch, screaming Nimbus along with the energy cable, and that should be it. That's gonna be Team IQ taking map number 1.
Ooh, Team Mafty, actually. The name's backwards. We're aware, chat. Thank you so much for helping us out with that. But yeah, we're of course trying out some different things here on the spectator client, and we're super happy. Visual checking through Discord calls before, so we're all just figuring this out. You know, this is the first broadcast that we've used these, and we've got actually a team of observers, so huge shout outs to our entire team of observers this time around, especially for today. So we're going to be, you know, trying out some new things, some new camera angles, and we did get this chance to see, yeah, that was just such a dominant game.
Yeah, really unfortunate that it happened. I'm sorry about that, guys. You know, the casters just says exactly what he sees on screen. So yeah, anyhow, still, it was a great hold again. You got to see right here the kind of experience that came through, right? Being able to really layer and have the right G maneuvers available for that final hold, even though there was a small slip up and where they allowed the disarm to happen, well, they had better tools to make sure that it didn't happen a second time.
It's such a hard map, honestly, to be able to, I mean, which I think I actually said this twice within that short amount of time, but it really is true. It's very hard to actually get the disarm on the Mega Charge on that first bomb point. Even if they plant on A, it is really difficult because you can kind of hold this safer angle within the double hallway right before A, or you can hold some wider angles back around where you kind of circle around the left side. Or if they plant on B, then there's just this entire hallway of death, and you are choke pointed into one basically single entrance. So whether it's A or B, it can be very, very difficult to get the full disarm. And we saw the fact that Team Mafty was able to get that even when there was the plant is very impressive. Then they were able to show off why it can be so hard to actually get that. And so far, we've seen Team Mafty, I would say, be pretty decisively dominant through their games previous in this tournament, or their single set previous in this tournament. And it's looking like they're trying to do the same thing here in the winners finals. It's a great start for them, but they're going to have to move now to, of course, a domination mission.
And it's going to be 2 dominations missions in a row. And I believe it was IQ's pick to actually send us on over to Thermal Plant the first time around. And with that final ban, they actually sent us on over to Mountain R&D as well.
Yeah, so double domination coming up. This was a great little test, right? It was great to see kind of how these teams played in a more like neutral position, but now we're gonna have to see how well they brawl, and it still just looks like, I mean, entirety of Team Mafty is just so good at brawling, right? They've made that coordinated push. That, I mean, just looking at that point where they actually did get that disarm on the Mega Charge, they had a coordinated, just a 3-man push. It wasn't even the full team altogether, but they had David, of course, leading the pack with the Sazabi using the shield. They had Focus and Casino behind with just all of that AoE damage, able to clear out the majority of the team just by themselves, as some of the other members were, of course, doing a lot of damage, but some of them were still respawning. Some of them were in positions to check other angles to make sure that nobody was going to stop the disarm. And it just, the coordination looks so good when they're in those tight quarters, when they need to make those plays. So I feel like this is still going to be a very tough road for IQ, even though they are, of course, amazing team in their own right.
Yeah, and also I just want to shout out Arrow. I think Arrow was doing a fantastic job. You were pointing it out, the RX-78 pick. I would say one of the most surprising picks coming out, even though we do have Sazabi's in. We have to note that there was a huge nerf, I would say, coming in, almost like a 25% nerf across the board for the RX-78, right? His shield went from 1,000 HP now down to 400. His Hyper Hammer, a 3-second increase on the cooldown as well. So the uptime is just not quite there, but he has been making it work, and his presence has been known. We have to note that across those 2 rounds, or well, on that one map, he was one of the first units to have that G maneuver available for his squad. And so he's doing amazing work so far on that RX-78.
Yeah, that suit can have so much impact. If you are using it in the correct situations, it can be, I mean, it's funny, right? Because you'd assume, especially the fact that it's really like the OG Gundam, that it is the kind of title Gundam, that it would be a little bit more straightforward. But even though it looks straightforward at a glance, there are so many unique situations that you have to be ready for to use it. It has, of course, just a really high DPS weapon. If you can land headshots, if you can just land all of your shots, it's got great range. But the Hyper Hammer is not something that you can just throw out and just be like, oh, here's just a little bit of extra damage, or here's a little bit of a stun, because you really need it to counter a lot of these situations. It can stop G maneuvers. We've seen it completely shut down G maneuvers. We've seen it knock people into the water. We've seen it stop people that are trying to flank. You know, we've seen Exias that get hit by one Hyper Hammer into one headshot, and that can be it. And then the biggest thing to me is the G maneuver, of course, itself. You know, that grenade, it can be the best G maneuver in the game in certain situations, or the worst in a lot of situations. You see a lot of players just throw it out and just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to throw this right in the middle of the enemy team, and then it's going to explode and it's going to kill them all. But that's not how that works. The good teams, they will immediately focus it down. All it takes is one person to focus it down, has no life. But if you know the angles in every single competitive map, you can find corners that are just literally, there's no line of sight to where you throw the grenade, and it still has the area of effect you need. You can throw it, up above or below them. There's been times where people have thrown it down. I mean, I know this isn't a competitive map, but if you look at like Canyon Base, you can go all the way below kind of the point, throw it there, and then it'll still hit above. Or even the point A on where was it? Quarry, pointing on Quarry. In the very first bomb site, you can throw it below, and then nobody can disarm for a little bit. So it can be just an amazing G maneuver, and it's all about like how creative you can be as far as your placement. So I love to see the good players use it.
Or it can be like Underground Command Center, where you can actually get both of the actual plants on the first half of the map with it. And then, of course, if you throw it from above, no one can actually shoot it from below. If you throw it below, no one can shoot it from above. But yeah, it's great to see the RX-78 back in. We got to see a little flavors of it back in our first event, and then kind of fell out of favor as a lot more focus was being put on to our Pale Rider players, right? But it looks like right now it's less about really allowing your Pale Rider to succeed. There are so many more threats, I would say, across the board that it's really more just of a just every player on the team actually contributing for this, and no one is receiving that focus, like that extra special attention to make sure a team succeeds. It feels like so many almost anyone on the squad, on the 6-man team, can actually have that kind of playmaking potential.
Yeah, regardless of what your quote-unquote role is, but especially, with a lot of the changes. Of course, I feel kind of sad that we didn't get a chance to see the cool spectator client feature in the last season, where you get to see the actual damage that each person does within a game, right? You can, press tab in any sort of custom game now in the spectator client and see people's their current eliminations, their current deaths, and their current damage. So I feel like if we had a chance to see it before it was implemented back in the previous season, we would have seen pretty much most of the time the really, really good Pale Riders topping the charts, you know, like Shazam Realistic or something like that. And we would see like, okay, yeah, it's mainly this, like they're doing probably like 30k damage a game or something like that. Probably, I mean, depending of course on the map and whatever happens. But now when we get a chance to look at them, a lot of the times the technical suits that are leading in damage, of course, it gets a little bit more because of AoE damage, but we see stuff like Ashmar sometimes leads the pack, or sometimes Dom, or it can really be anything. You know, we've seen just so many different people in so many different suits get up there on that damage leaderboard, which of course doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? There's a lot of bad damage that can be healed up, but it's an interesting little thing that we weren't able to see before, and it does feel to me like, really, like you said, any suit can be a significant contributor of the damage of the team currently.
Yeah, like I do finally, I love that, like we're kind of moving away from that Pale Rider meta. I love Pale Rider, of course. It's a fantastic mobile suit when players are getting introduced into a 6v6 hero shooter, right? It is just that kind of, hey, bread and butter, everyone knows how to play this. He's got a nice gun, he can sprint, and he's got a nade, whatever. But now that a lot of other units are being kind of put on the spotlight, I love that we're able to highlight Ashmar plays, highlight Barbados plays, highlight Dom plays, and highlight even the Sazabis there. David did a fantastic job, I would say, in that Sazabi versus Sazabi play on their offense there for Mafty. You know, he went in for a very aggressive, I believe it was axe into the charge, and you don't typically get to see that in a lot of these matchups right now, because a lot of our Sazabi players are playing this, you know, a bit more on the neutral, where they're waiting for someone else in the team to find that first pick, and then you charge in. But he is taking a lot of the action into his own hands, and it looks like we do have map number 2 ready.
All right, and again, this is going to be domination. This is going to be, I believe, thermal plant. Yeah, so this is going to be the first time that we're actually seeing this on broadcast. Of course, a very, very chaotic map when it gets to these close-up fights, but I really like this. This is probably my favorite of the domination maps. We're going to be starting off with B, the most neutral point here. Again, the high ground is going to be everything, and yeah, the Barbados from Chaotic.
Well, Chaotic is actually busting that one out, but we also have a Zaku ranged coming out. We didn't actually get to talk about it. Zaku melee is banned, but not ranged, and it looks like David is going to be able to charge in, take out Merle, and that is huge. We were talking about the damage contribution coming out from our Dom players. The first Dom to go down, that is Merle, and that's Mafty now here on point B, taking charge.
Yeah, this is very similar to a lot of the Mountain R&D kind of high ground situations, which is why you see Casino, Focus, Profi all on this top spot right here. I do assume that Profi's probably going to be sneaking around, trying to get some flanks. We can actually see the POV right here. This can be such a nasty suit on this map. The buffs to Zaku range are actually very strong. Its DPS is unbelievable if you can land your shots from close range.
You can see, though, he is actually getting a lot of really good cooldowns down, and really all to ask for is that smoke screen. He gets the CC out from the Gundam Unicorn, creates a lot of havoc in the back line. Now, they did flip it for IQ just a little bit. They get 9%, but it's still Team Mafty basically leading the charge. Merle almost down once more as Mafty have complete control over the rafters.
Yeah, this is just going to be such a hard spot to fight from, and we're going to be moving over to C, so it looks like there's already going to be a little bit of a transfer over. There wasn't any huge commitment team wipes on this first point, but C can be a little bit of a skirmish point, right? Both the high and the low ground at the same time you have to deal with, and we can see some really disjointed team fights.
Yeah, this is one of the weird points where you can see maybe a team gets 5% total, right? Usually you're able to get like 43%, but with the way that you can contest on the high ground and on the low ground over at point C, means that a lot of times if you don't get a clean fight, that it's just contested the entire time. That's unlocked right now, but Exponent has gone down. That's Casino winning out that duel. That's why you don't try to take the 1v1 versus the Dom. Focus now here in the back line. We'll get that pick onto Invictus, but it's IQ that was actually able to get that point first, but it will instantly get swapped over to Mafty.
Yeah, they keep getting a little bit of an opportunity, but just not quite enough. And yeah, there we go. We're going to see actually all two more suits going down. Fusion Black and Meryl both going down to the funnels from that G maneuver out of David. And yeah, David, I mean, I've seen the copy pastas in the chat. David has just been such a monster throughout this tournament so far. That's been really this kind of like this trio of this like core units that kind of travel together a little bit more on the side of Mafty. But here we go. We're going to see the G maneuver getting popped. We're going to see the Trans Am, but we'll see if there can be any kills from it.
Oh, Enders ends up taking himself out with his own nade, so that's, I guess, a 1v1. David getting chased, actually chasing down Exponent, who has that Trans Am, and what a ballsy play. He gets the backup of Focus, and so they will basically get the full percentage there on on C, as we swap back on over for B. 3 G maneuvers still available for Team Mafty. We're coming up onto 4 now for Team IQ. Do we have Screaming Nimbus getting popped now? Chaotic getting chased down, and it's going to be Focus actually there in the back line. Merle trying to create some chaos with the Screaming Nimbus, but now as it runs out, he is left in front of David's shotgun, and he gets taken out.
Oh, it just ended like a foot away. That was the perfect spacing, just sitting there, a complete whiff, and then the full punish. That was amazing. I don't know if that was intentional or if it was like, I just don't have anywhere else to go. Let's just sit here on the health pack, but I cannot believe it ended right before it connected. I don't know if it would have made that much of a difference just because there were 2 suits kind of in that little area, but here we go, 82%. We are going to see, oh, actually we see it captured by IQ. It looks like even though we had most of Team Mafty around, they just weren't there to be actually on the point.
Yeah, Unicorn G maneuver has been popped, I believe. No picks quite yet. Devotion getting close to finding one. He is dropping down low, but he does have the passive heals. The Hades being utilized there, but it looks like he'll only be able to find one. There we go, trading back as the point will be swapping on over. It looks like it is going to be extra time now. Ender's dropping down, and it's going to be Mafty getting the first round here on Thermal Plant.
Yeah, with a pretty strong showing once again, although, you know, there's a chance that somebody gets on here and waits forever, but no, not quite. We saw the Ashamar trying to land, but not quite in time. And this is now going to be match point for Mafty to make it into grand finals. They just need to win one more round, and they are looking really strong to do so. It felt like they were just in the dominant position most of the time. They were holding the high ground, I think a little bit stronger than IQ. And we know that IQ is particularly good at playing these domination missions because we've already seen them be pretty dominant in one of them. Of course, it was on Mountain R&D Lab, but in their winners semifinals match.
And look at that damage spread. It's pretty even across the Mafty squad. Of course, it's going to be Casino leading the charge with 14K, but 3 of his other squad mates, David, Focus, and Enders, all over 10K. Profi just narrowly missing out there by about 28 damage, and it was only Devotion who wasn't able to. But I mean, he's on the Unicorn. It's fine. We get it. You're getting the heals off of the team, so it's fine. So this just, you can see the kind of contribution that's coming out. It's fairly equal across the team.
Yeah, that's what's so strong, I think, about Team Mafty is that every single person on the team is such a gigantic threat. Regardless of where they're at any given time, they're just always doing damage, every single one of them. That's why it's so hard to get into these like high positions against them, these high ground positions, is that they just do not let you run up there for free. Their focus fire is amazing, and that's going to be a huge flame grenade.
Oh man, they try to put a lot of focus on making sure that they get onto the high ground first, but you can see that it was Casino starting things off. He spams the angle as they enter, and they already took 1-2 direct connects before they even are able to peak that high ground. And so this is going to be a team fight going well in the favor of Mafty as point B unlocks. Of course, they will have control over it first.
Yeah, that's just continuing their streak of domination. Mr. Big Large will be going down in the background, and that's going to be a little bit of a stagger. Team IQ now going to have to wait for that respawn or kind of go for a 5-person push, but we are just not seeing that many good opportunities for them to really take control. It looks like there already might be a little bit of a fight for C. There's a lot of people over on the right side of the map. I'm not sure if it's just an attempt to push this high ground or if they are thinking, you know what, maybe we should just already get in position. You can see how many people are pushing up this particular ramp.
Oh man, they're just feeding in one by one. And at this point, honestly, you're just giving away G maneuver charge over to the Mafty side. You can see Profi is actually at 78% towards this G maneuver. Of course, it is Zaku 2 range, one of the fastest charging G maneuvers in the game right now. And it can be a huge game breaker, especially here on the tight quarters of Thermal Plant. So you don't really want him to do that, but hey, they do finally put a stop to him. He's been in that backline the entire time, but if you take your eyes off of any member of Mafty like Casino, he will find a pick. Now we are swapping on over to point C.
Yeah, and already we're going to see a ton of Team Mafty just sitting in the very furthest part of Point C. They're controlling this high ground once again. David still just leading the charge every single time. Focus getting the flank. They're just everywhere. They're all over this point. There's just not been an opportunity for IQ to really regroup and fight as a team. Again, they're going to need to sit and wait. The point is just barely unlocking. This is without a doubt going to go to Mafty. Finally, David going down, but there's just still so many people down on the side of IQ. Even Devotion still just using that G maneuver to continue dominating when they only have 5 people on their team for this fight.
And at this point, I think for this round, Mafty have only lost out on 3 units. I could be counting this one wrong, but I think Mafty have only lost out on 3 units across these 2 points. You can see now it is going to be IQ actually making that swap off, making the rotation so early on. There's still 30 seconds remaining before it changes on over to point B. And then you have to remember, there's another 20 seconds before it even unlocks.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough fight, and we're already seeing just so much coordination here on the push from C to B from Team Mafty, where we almost saw them get a pick there on Merle, but Merle does manage to get out. We see Chaotic going down. Chaotic has not really, I think, been able to find the moments on this map, even though it's quite a good map. And there's the Screaming Nimbus just to start the hold here, just to push everybody off the high ground that they possibly can, and that is going to be Mr. Big Large going down once again.
Yeah, and there's no point of trying to set up early when all it takes is one Screaming Nimbus to completely disrupt the defensive line there. And just mows him down. 92.3%. Mafty only need 7.7 to finish it off to secure themselves top 2 and the grand finals. Just a moment, the point is going to unlock, but they've got the Hades available. They've got the Ashmar punch. David is getting close to the funnels as well.
Yeah, just to add insult to injury here, but this is looking to be a 100% win. Although Focus finally going down, they've just traded Ashmar for Ashmar. This is going to be the best opportunity I think that they have, and actually they do retake it. Will not be a perfect round at the very minimum. They are holding this down near spot, and that's actually going to work really well. Fusion Black with the G maneuver from the Unicorn, and that is going to at least be able to take down David as well. So this core now of Mafty has been somewhat split up. They are going to have 30 seconds until it shifts to see this. Will not be the final point guaranteed here. It will not just be a 100% hold, but that is actually going to be kind of unfortunate, because if you're Mafty now, you could just kind of preemptively walk over. They are pushing this high ground though.
Yeah, the scary part, though, you have to realize in that fight was that it was 4 G maneuvers to the 2. Mafty only had the Hades, and I believe one more, the Ashmore punch, available, while they had to utilize 4 G maneuvers just to get that team fight win. Now here in the neutral, it's been all Mafty. David finds a huge pickup into Invictus during this rotation. Now we're going back on over to point C. It's all going to come down to Chaotic. He will have that Barbados G maneuver available, but he's got to be careful in how he utilizes it, right? People can try and kite away from it. Actually, never mind. He just goes down. It's Casino with the beam ray taking him out. 2 G maneuvers available now. Zaku 2. He does have that Heat Axe ready. Devotion as well with that Gundam Unicorn. But it doesn't even look like they're going to need it as the point unlocks. There is no one from the IQ side to even contest.
Yeah, just that great usage of G maneuver is going to be it. They popped the perfect ones right at the end, preventing the other team from even using it. So IQ will be going down, and Mafty will be the first team in game. They are looking near undefeatable this tournament.
Both on Underground Command Center, and of course they're on Thermal Plants. They looked absolutely stellar in terms of their G maneuver economy. They were doing such a fantastic job of just making sure that they weren't overutilizing them, right? They only used as many as they needed to win the team fight. You can see that it was just the experience. The experience, it looks like, really trumping everything else.
Yeah, I mean, they've competed together as a team, but what we saw from them in their winners semifinals match earlier, I mentioned yesterday, I was like, they just look like they have zero hesitation. They know where they want to be. They know what they want to be doing. They're not like, okay, should we push here? Should we not push here? Should we commit to this? It just seems like everything's natural. And we did get a chance in a previous tournament to listen to some of the Powerpuff Girls, which is of course half that team, comms, and they were so calm. You know, there are a lot of players that have played together for a long time. There are players like, for example, like Casino, that have been playing FPSs since like Unreal Tournament like 20 years ago, which is of course why he's so good with the Rockets. But so there's this level of this we don't have to worry about things. You know, this confidence, this experience, and it always shines through with this team. And this is just looking to be such an incredible team. IQ, they found some good moments, but they were just short slightly a few times, right? Like on the first, I guess, round of this previous game, they managed to take almost every single point one time, but then they just lost it pretty immediately. So I think if they can figure out how to kind of hold these high grounds a little bit better, maybe change up their team comp slightly, they'll be able to get a lot more mileage in those rounds. But they're going to first now have to fight through another team in the lower bracket, which of course is going to be the Tekka Dynasty team.
And that's a matchup that we haven't seen yet. We have to remember that it was Bozos that, it was Mafty that ended up knocking down IQ. Or excuse me, I'm getting this all wrong. It was Mafty that ended up knocking down Tekka Dynasty, right? So this is not a matchup that we have seen so far. All right, now again, power levels are so hard to basically kind of scout in this region. I thought this was going to be a lot closer between Mafty and IQ, but it was not that in any way.
Yeah. Mafty, for sure the team to beat today, but we've got 2 more matches, of course, to see who is going to officially be the champion. We'll see who gets that rematch up against Mafty, because when we come back after this short break, we are going to have Tekka Dynasty taking on IQ for that grand final spot. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back to Championship Sunday for Celestial Assault, presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League, part of the Pilot Academy. I'm EGP Wonder Chef, joined by James Jamerson Lee. We've got one of our matches down for the grand finals, or I should say one of our teams down. One of the matches has been finished, deciding that it will be Team Mafty making it into that spot, but now it's time for Losers Finals.
Yeah, Mafty have secured themselves top 2 in a very dominant fashion. Now it comes down to IQ and Tekka Dynasty. We haven't seen these two teams face off against each other. Both of them looked very good in their matches so far, except for this last one for IQ, unfortunately, because Mafty just looked so stellar. Across the board, every single player was just doing an amazing job. And so what can you do in the face of that kind of competition right now? But for IQ, this is their opportunity to try and bounce back. You know, maybe it's a slow start to the day. We have to kind of understand that, like, when we do have these, like, 2-day events, that sometimes the first set of the day, it might just not be yours. You just need a little bit more time to warm up.
Yeah, and now we've set up the situation where either of these teams that is in this Losers Finals, either IQ or Tekka Dynasty, they're both fighting for that rematch, right? Both of them now have been knocked into the Losers bracket by Team Mafty, which means, of course, Team Mafty is sitting up there and they're like, oh, we're good. We are chilling. But that means that, honestly, both of these teams are going to be that much hungrier for the rematch. I've seen it a million times in a million different games where you're like, okay, I lost there. I don't feel like I should have lost there. And we're gonna fight back, and we're gonna figure out what's wrong, and we're hungry, you know. So we'll see which of these two teams is hungrier, and it's really cool that we do get to manage to be in this top 3 situation, in this Losers Final situation, where we just have no idea which of these two teams is going to do better against the other. I mean, from what we've seen now, it seems like Mafty overall still looking to be kind of the favorite, but both IQ and Tekka Dynasty have been really killing it this weekend, and both of them have been fighting really hard to get to where they are.
Yeah, for Tekka Dynasty, they have a slight advantage, right, if they end up getting the rematch, because they played their matchup against Mafty yesterday. So they have the opportunity to go back, look at the tape, and actually kind of figure out what they did wrong, right? And so they might have more of a game plan moving forward if they end up taking this win. But of course, they have to take this win first here. It's one more best of 3 between IQ versus Tekka Dynasty to see who gets that rematch up against Mafty.
That's true, and it's exactly true what you said. It's actually kind of the opposite here for IQ, right? They are not going to have that much time to make that adaptation. In fact, they are now probably, you know, thinking they had a little bit of the time during that break to be like, okay, well, what did we do wrong there? What do we need to change? Should we change our comp? Should we change the way that we pick and ban the maps? You know, those maps just a little bit too good for them. A lot of close range stuff, but they didn't have that much time, right? They had maybe 5 or 6 minutes within that break because now they're getting ready to immediately face a different team, so they can't even put that much focus on their previous match, or they're going to be just not in the right mindset for this one. So there is going to be, I think, a little bit more of a difficult scramble to make that adjustment if IQ does end up being the one that makes it all the way back up. But they also did just come off of, you know, a loss. They might be a little bit more warmed up, but they might also be a little bit, you know, like just in a different mindset. We'll see. That can really affect how things play out during a, like, especially like the top 3 or top 2 of a tournament. But here we go. We're going into the picks and bans, and that's where it's all going to start out. We started off with some pretty aggressive maps in the last set. We'll see if we stick the same or if we change it around this time.
I believe we started the day off with a Quarry ban, but Quarry has been one of our most popular maps so far during the event. It had 10 picks with 4 bans yesterday. I guess that would make it 5 bans now with that last ban in the first match of the day. And so we'll see if Quarry ends up making it through or not. Flag 4, I'm so sad that we haven't been able to see it as much. Hopefully this one remains open.
Yeah, I am in fact a fan of Flak Fort. I mean, I'm honestly a fan of most of these maps. I don't think there are too many where, especially just being able to watch the matches, I'm not going to enjoy it for different reasons, right? And I think it's one of the coolest things about Gun Evo, too, is that we get to see so many different types of gameplay. The matches that we see on Harbor City are going to be a completely different game than the matches that we end up seeing on, for example, Thermal Plant in that last game, or on Mountain R&D Lab, and even those are very different from what we might see on something like Quarry or something on Flak Fort. So it can be very, very cool to see how all of these teams play in different paced games. You know, there's not just one particular pace, one particular like level of speed that you need. You need to be able to fight as a team. You need to be able to fight in skirmishes. And some of these teams are going to be better at some of them. And it looks like the first ban is going to Harbor City, so it might be seeing some more close-up matches.
Yeah, banning out the Harbor City, unfortunate, because we got to see, of course, the beginning of the day. It wasn't really, even though we started off on Underground Command Center, it wasn't the sniper battles that we were expecting. Underground Command Center banned out as well. So our hopes of seeing any more Jib sniper play kind of out there. We did get to see a little bit of Jim Sniper on Quarry. I believe one team on the offensive side tried to open up with it. Didn't really get much value, but of course on Quarry as the offense, you can swap off. But speaking of that, it's going to be Mountain RD, the IQ pick, and then Quarry, the pick coming out for Tekka Dynasty.
All right, so starting off with the domination and then moving over to just the destruction mission, the kind of Quarry, the most popular, despite the fact that it was banned. Now it is officially the most popular, although we are going to continue to see the ban for the Underground Command Center. So Quarry is just pushing forward slightly, and of course Harbor City as well. Colony Trading Post banned. And that's going to be Flak Fort ban, meaning the Thermal Plant will be our decider. We did see it as a decider, I think, a couple times yesterday, although didn't go to that game 3. But that does mean that we are once again set up for a double domination mission set, which is what we saw last time. Of course, we didn't get a chance to see the third one, which might happen as well this time. But regardless, we're set up for a pretty intense skirmishy match.
Yeah, we get to see at least both of them, right? So we started off our second map for match number 1 of the day. It was Thermal Plant where it ended there. But now we're going to go over to Mountain R&D. And this is going to be interesting. We get to see on Mountain R&D, of course, the focus being put on, I would say, highly onto our Ashmar players. And we got to see that, you know, there was still some great Ashmar play coming out from the IQ side. It just, in the face of basically everyone from Mafty just putting in work, it's so hard to try and break through that really strong team cohesion that was coming out from them. But at this point, I think this is where we're really going to be looking towards our Ashmar players. I don't know if it doesn't seem like, you know, the Pale Rider is who we're really focusing on in these engagements when it comes down to Mountain R&D.
Yeah, we did, of course, see Team IQ play on Mountain R&D in their winners semifinals match, which I believe was against Bozos. And that is where we did see Mr. Big Large, aka Sunglasses, pop off on that Ashmar, just doing so much damage, just controlling the entire team. And like you mentioned before, this is such an Ashmar map. It's so important to be able to control that high ground, to control those like lanes with punch as soon as you get them, to not waste those G maneuvers. Same thing we tend to see Doms do really, really well on this map. You can't really do all that much on most of the points to avoid the Screaming Nimbus. The splash damage on the rockets tends to do quite a bit of damage. And if you can get the high ground, just being able to shoot down onto the ground and get that extra ability to not have to direct hit is such a huge boon. So it's going to come down to a lot to how these teams are going to be using, I think, both of those suits. And we've already seen the ability for Mr. Big Large to pop off on this map in this tournament.
And we'll see. Maybe Tekka Dynasty try to opt for that double melee. I mean, we got to see double melee, double brawler coming out from IQ when we were on Thermal Plant. Not to the greatest of effect. The Barbados wasn't getting as much value here, but they can try and run it here. And we imagine that Tekka Dynasty can answer in kind. So this could be a very brawl-heavy kind of composition coming out from either side.
Yeah, I feel like we just really need to talk about it in general, how Barbados has been a real important suit in the fact that it's been very hit or very miss. We've seen some matches, especially I think ones on Quarry, where we've seen some really strong Barbados play, especially on the defensive side. I think it's been able to hold a lot of these angles that you're not able to hold quite as safely with some of the other suits, just because it's managed to get that one shot and it doesn't have to worry about trading quite as much on that defensive side. But we've seen maps where it's jumping up a lot to try to take out people, and it's just not able to find a single hit. We saw one match infamously yesterday where I think there was just it was something like 800 damage overall, and that's just the way that Barbados is as a suit. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but if you just don't get those opportunities, you're not going to get these full one-hit kills. And if you don't find the full one-hit kills, then you're just not getting anything out of the suit. So I think in just the nature of the suit, it's going to be a very hit or very miss suit, quite literally, whether or not you can hit your combos, and we've seen it both ways in this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, you have to, that was kind of like the goal, right? Especially to all the nerfs that came into Barbados. Instead of being able to reliably hit the 100%, complete destruction, and not just the knock, it's a complete destruction with its full combo and such. And so you have to be able to play this one a little bit more finesse, right? The nuance of the Barbados play is so high now. The skill ceiling for Barbados is so high that when we get to see these specialists, it's a real treat to see Gasman really being able to pop off on it. We'll see if it does end up coming down to Barbados Exia play coming out from either side. We know the capabilities are there. Again, though, this is also another map, like we had mentioned at the beginning, that Ashamar is going to be huge. So we're going to be looking at Mr. Big Large throughout all of this as well, because he did have some huge plays on that Ashamar.
Yeah, just incredible on this map. So for sure, we're going to be looking out for that. But yeah, this is honestly, it's a weird domination map in the fact that a lot of this is controlled by the not super close range fights, right? Like when we were on Thermal Plant very recently, a lot of these fights, you can pop out from multiple different directions. You can really take these angles where you're not going to be, shot full of holes on the way to your opponent. And so we can see things like Barbados do really well by just holding corners and sneaking up on people and using the jump. But Mountain RD, when you're on point A or point C as well, there is just a wide open range of where you can actually shoot. Like you have longer sight lines than some of the actual like point capture missions, for example. And if you're the Barbados, like you can kind of try to do the jump like through the middle maybe, or from the other side, but it's going to be a lot harder to get those really easy flanks once a team has already taken that high ground. So I feel like it could be on the losing side, a tough thing to help make the comeback. But if it holds the high ground itself, it can hold inside the tunnels. It can hold in a little bit lower on point A and C. And of course on B, it's always going to have that surprise factor. So I do really want to see, again, how it's going to work. It's been the story of this whole weekend. Will the Barbados work? Will it not? I'm surprised we're seeing so much of it, but it's always entertaining to watch.
Yeah, and another change, I think, another difference between the two teams right now, between Tekka Dynasty and for IQ, is going to be a robot versus Fusion Blackie, right? The support players for either side. Fusion Blackie has been opting more for the Gundam Unicorn, but for a robot, I believe for Tekka Dynasty, we've been seeing him primarily on Methus. That could actually be pretty huge when it comes to this. I feel like I definitely favor Gundam Unicorn coming into a lot of these neutral fights, having a lot more staying presence with that AoE heal, the AoE armor that comes out in opposition to the singular heal coming out from the Methus.
Yeah. If you're trying to just really deathball up to that high ground, we've seen the Unicorn work really well. Also, just by the nature of, the same reasons I think why we tend to see Ashamar do really well with Punch on this map is that when you're pushing A or C or B, really any of the sites, there are lanes, right? You get the lane directly down the ramp of the high ground. You get the lane directly into the site on A or C. And then you get sometimes you get the side one down to kind of like, I don't even know what to call it. The one that leads below the high ground. And all of those are exactly like one suit size. So if you can get that punch off, it works really well. Now, Gundam Unicorn also has a very unique G maneuver in, it's gun. It's like beam rifle G maneuver. And that can be it can be a very low impact G maneuver on some sites. So like if you're on like a wide open site, like for example, let's say the very first push on Underground Command Center, right? We see like there's a lot of different angles you can be. So you're going to be like popping that G maneuver. You're going to be like angling up at things, trying to find exactly the shot that you should take. But a lot of the times you're not going to be able to actually get that many hits with it. Now, when you're on these lanes on Mountain R&D, you can for sure just shoot down these lanes and like chunk like 3 people at a time, and that along with a punch or that into another shot if you've got the high ground already, or that into a flame grenade can be like, okay, half their team is wiped. And so this, I think, is another reason why that's just such a potentially really strong pick on this map.
Yeah, and speaking of AoEs, of course, the DOMs have, like you said, the Screaming Nimbus absolutely insane, but just being able to spam out the DOM. I mean, we got to see that despite the kind of one-sided nature it was between IQ and Mafty, Merle was still almost keeping pace with Casino in a losing match in terms of damage, and that goes to show like the strength of the DOM overall when it comes to especially a competitive setting where teams are playing a little bit more conservative, a little bit closer together. So I'm looking towards Merle to see what he can do on the DOM for this matchup.
Yeah, Merle's been a really strong point, I think, of the team throughout the entire week or the entire weekend that we've seen these broadcasts. There's been, there's a few different ways that you can choose to play Dom, and I love Dom too as well. I know obviously you love Dom, you're a Dom main, but there's just so many different ways you can play, right? You can play a little bit more offensive, you can play a little bit more defensive, a little more backliney, and the way that you use your G maneuvers is also so flexible. We see players like Casino who uses, I would say, like, I don't know, the majority of the time, I'll just say the majority of the time, it's a reactive G maneuver. So it's like, okay, you're going to pop something, I'm immediately going to pop it back. But then we also see the very offensive, like Screaming Nimbus users that are like, okay, we're going to wait for one big push. I'm going to push everybody off the point. We're going to use it here, and we're going to just use it all, at the same time. So it really depends on how you want to use it. Sometimes people even use it just to like save themselves if they don't want to have their team end up being down a player in that fight. Sometimes they'll start to get a little bit low. They're playing a little bit more of the upfront role, and they're just tanking some of the damage just because it does have a little bit more HP, a little bit less now. But there's so many different ways you can use it, and Merle has been really, really good, I think, at finding the right moments in quite a few different situations. I think maybe a little bit, not as much the Casino style of using it, but really, really important like key points on pushes, or when there's like a lot of suits that you can hit all at once.
Yeah, G maneuver value, right? You don't get as much, you don't get anywhere near as much as a Screaming Nimbus. I mean, it's not just a speed up, it's not just the armor, it's not just a confusion, right? There are often times where a Screaming Nimbus can shut down a team that's trying to push in with 2 G maneuvers themselves. It's a great disengage, and you only really need to pop that G maneuver and you can shut down a push all by itself with that. Right now, though, we are still waiting for match number 1. It looks like we're waiting on a player currently, but as soon as we do, we will be getting in underway. We're going to be heading into Mountain R&D in this lower bracket final. Remember, guys, this is the top 3. These are our top 3 teams: Mafty, IQ, and Tekka Dynasty. Mafty have already secured their top 2 spot. Now they're just waiting in the grand finals for the winners of IQ versus Tekka Dynasty. Either one, this is going to be a rematch for them. So Mafty are just waiting in the wings now.
Yeah, they are just, they're just looking so strong. I don't know if there's going to be that much of a chance for either of these teams to like really formulate a completely different game plan against them. We do know that Tekka Dynasty has been really flexible, and I really think that that's going to give them a potential advantage as far as like changing up how they play things, right? We've seen Nox, we've seen Gasman, both of them trying to play on some different roles altogether throughout the tournament. Oh my gosh, we've been talking, we haven't actually had our feed. It looks like this map has actually been up, and we are already starting off. My apologies, team. We didn't get a chance to see how this started. So we are now 40% in the lead of Team IQ. We can see they've playing basically exactly the same way that they've been playing throughout this tournament on this map, where they are just holding that high ground, and it is so hard to fight away from that.
Staying away from point B. Point C is about to unlock, and it's just IQ with full control. Taking a look at the G maneuver built up right now, it looks like Chaotic has been able to do a lot with this Barbados so far. Fusion Blackie as well, but it's Exponent on this Zabi that's going to get it first here. We'll have the funnels ready to use. Zero Hour now dropping in with the rest of his squad, getting right into the thick of things of all units there as Chaotic comes in with the backline to stab down, and it's going to be a full team fight win for IQ.
Yeah, they have now just basically full team wiped 2 times in almost like 20 seconds. This is going to be a tough spot. We need to see a full, really regroup here, and let's just, take a second to look. We are on the double melee here on the side of Tekka Dynasty, and that's going to be tough to try and retake that top. We talked about that for quite a while as we didn't have our feed, but right now we're going to see Exponent actually getting dunked on. I don't know if that's enough. Yeah, not being able to do quite as much with that slam, with that W is going to be huge as Exponent actually gets away.
Take a look at Tekka Dynasty's side, though. They've got 4 G maneuvers available. They might actually be able to get all 6 online for this next fight as we swap on over once again for point A. For IQ, they're not quite in position here. It's going to come down to, of course, Mr. Big Large here on that Ashmar to really control it. You can see how he plays it. He actually plays it on the other platform, and that's how he was actually able to control a lot of space with it. No one really challenging him there.
Yeah, and oh, look at this angle. Having the Dom up on that angle is so huge. There is now 2 G maneuvers popped. Nox popping the Trans Am, and then a robot popping the, oh my god, actually Gasman as well, popping so many G maneuvers. Everybody on both sides. The Trans Am is going to be one of the most effective here, but we can also see exactly how that Unicorn G maneuver can chunk so many people all at the same time. We're going to see a potential here to actually retake for Tekka Dynasty. They retake it. Now they need to find the high positioning.
Yeah, IQ, though, still, they've got a lot to work with, a lot of time to work with at the very least. They don't really have to fight for this one. It's going to be point B, finally going down onto the low ground, but IQ find 2 picks. Merle has gone down as we do have the Unicorn Ultimate going down. Hawklight tries to delay with that Screaming Nimbus, but he gets cleaned up, and now it's going back on over towards IQ's control.
Yeah, that was a really great take, but they just weren't able to, again, hold that positioning. IQ has been so good at very confidently holding this high ground. They've got the exact team comp that you want for it as well. They're just playing it really well. Chaotic also has been finding, I think, a few more opportunities maybe than Gasman has been able to, trying to take back these high grounds. Only 2% left. Can there be a challenge? No. 5 people going on Tekka Dynasty. Nox the only one on the point holding this extra time, but I don't know how long he can stay there, and it looks like that's going to be round 1 going to IQ.
Man, what a dominant showing, and it's hard to tell exactly where this started. Like we said, we didn't actually have the feed on our end for the first 30% of it. One thing to note, in the difference of compositions, we do actually have a robot on the Unicorn, so the support line stays the same, but the big difference, I would say, is going to be Mr. Big Large. He's on that Ashmar, and he's going completely unchallenged in the skies, and so they don't have that same kind of AoE presence for Tekka Dynasty. They don't have the challenging Ashamar, and so when it comes to the neutral fights on the high grounds, on A and on B, A and C on those platforms, he's winning out because there's no competition.
Wow, look at that, actually. 0 deaths for Chaotic. That's 0 deaths on a Barbados. That is extremely impressive. It's so easy to trade on Barbados, or even to get like 2 kills and then suddenly you die on Barbados because you're just putting yourself out there. You've got 1,000 life, you got 3 dashes, but you're still super vulnerable in all of your animations. So you can just tell just the level of coordination that they had as far as not overcommitting, especially with a melee suit like that. But yeah, I totally agree with you. You need the air control here. We are going to have Nox now switching over, kind of agreeing with you as well, going to be switching over to the suit that he's been using, I think, almost as much as Exia on the Ashamar.
So it's mirrored compositions, and this time around you can see that IQ does get chunked down. A robot will fall along with a sword, and so it's IQ once again winning out on these high ground battles as point A is about to unlock. They are charging forward basically towards the spawn of Tekka Dynasty. Dark Infestor does finally answer back. That's just Merle going down, but not for long as he gets picked up. As point A unlocks, it's going to be IQ to take control.
And just a little minor thing that happened there, Chaotic actually killed Nox, and that might have been out of the sky, which is very impressive. I mean, hey, airborne, you know, Barbados is kind of a thing too. You can be in the sky, but very impressive. Once again, almost no losses completely on the side of IQ, and there looks like they're already starting to hold kind of both sides of this top ground, so it's a little bit harder to push them from the flank as well.
I think it's just giving a little bit more support to Mr. Big Large, making sure that the Ashmar has a little bit more extra damage, and so they have aerial supremacy. 0 Hour is just able to dash back and forth in this fight. Again, Big Large comes up huge. Hawklight ends up going down to his own primary fire, and that's going to be a reset for them as we swap on over to point C. I don't know what it is about the algorithm on this map, but A and C are so absolutely favored.
I know! We've got so many of these without ever seeing B. It's so hilarious. But yeah, we've got this usual kind of back and forth jump, and this is looking like a tough spot for Tekka Dynasty. Having to find these angles from below, you can see, is so tough, especially when they've got the high ground and the aerial advantage here, where you can even sit there in that safe place and still get hit by so many flame grenades, so many chunks from the Dom explosions. They need to find a way over. I love the fact that you can potentially jump from the other side. I would like to see them try it. We saw some other teams try that a few events ago. It eventually got shut down, but it might be an option, and we're actually going to see an attempt for it here, but that was a huge punch.
Huge punch, disrupting the back line, making sure 4 members of the TKD side are not there, but it looks like they've got enough oomph there to finish things off. So they will keep it alive for now. They will get some capture point here on point C. We'll see for how long, though. Merle, he's going to have his Screaming Nimbus available. We've even got Fusion Blackie with that Unicorn ultimate up, and 0 Hour with the Hades. They don't have this high ground control full quite yet. You can see they are a little bit split up. They can try and charge onto the 2 members there on the they're on the right-hand side, but here comes the push from IQ.
Yeah, and here we go. We see the POV of Chaotic for just a moment. Still, I believe, sitting on 0 deaths and kicking out Gasman 2 lives in a row now. Just winning that 1v1 Barb. And again, Chaotic just doing so much damage. Dark Infestor is going to get the pick up on Gasman, but then go down in exchange. And it looks like TKD is starting to fall a little bit more and more. They are going to get the chance to regroup and make one early push for A here.
Yeah, that was one G maneuver actually utilized by IQ for that push to take it over. Now we're down to about 58% to the 32 of Tekka Dynasty, going back on over to point A. Screaming Nimbus to start things all off. They tried to get into the back line, I believe. Punch might have been used, but it's going to be Exponent getting the first knock as Sora goes down. Exponent might give his life for it, but he stays alive as Gasman ends up falling. Exponent popping out the funnels, charging forward as the point unlocks.
Oh, look at that, Chaotic again. I would love to see if Chaotic has actually even died still at some point, but it's looking like they just don't have an answer for that Barbados. That is honestly almost the majority of the kills on the team, which is huge. Normally, you're not a huge, I guess, like, kill number with Barbados. You pick off unique targets, but this has been like 3 kills every fight from Chaotic. Absolutely unbelievable. We do see a couple G maneuvers available on IQ side as well to try and hold this up until close to the end. I mean, this could be the last one, assuming there's no retake.
Yeah, Hades along with the Ashmar punch. Fusion Blackie almost goes down, but the Hades is there for 0 Hour, taking out a sword. And I believe that was the only G maneuver available at the time. Now with 5% remaining, it's all basically IQ until a few knocks are found. Knocks with that punch, with that Ashmar, a robot ends up getting the res onto Dark Infestor. They might be able to keep this one alive, but they need to charge onto the point. There's the punch in the back line coming out from Mr. Big Large, and they followed up with some damage, but Gasman finally comes alive on this Barbados to keep his team in it now in extra time.
Oh yeah, finally 2 Chaotic guaranteed going down. That might have been the first death of the game, but they are going to be able to hold this point for the rest of the round, and we are guaranteed again, like you said, no B point at all in this particular round. But there is a great chance here that they could actually just hold this entire thing if they can keep this high ground.
Yeah. Ooh, huge pickoff onto Exponent. And so that's going to buy a lot more time now. You can see a huge wraparound coming out from that IQ side. They're trying to find some picks. Unfortunately, though, 0 Hour misses out just a little bit. Knocks here on the high ground by himself. Does have to go back down. 67%. We're getting closer and closer here for Tekka Dynasty to possibly send us over to round number 3 as Hawklight finds one more knock, one more stagger. That is going to buy time once again for them. They need it because they are not close, a lot of them, to any G maneuvers. It's going to come down to Hawklight. He's at 84% towards that Screaming Nimbus.
Yeah, but on IQ side, we are 95% for Merle. But again, 2 picks, Big Large and X-Minute both going down. This is getting really close. There might not be that much more time to make the push. They might not even have enough time to wait for those 2 players to come back up. We see Gasman holding that close point and might get the pick on Fusion Blackie. Not quite going to be able to, but just keeping him off the point. Somebody needs to find the spot. Extra time is activated. This is the final team fight here.
And they don't quite have the G maneuvers. There it is. Screaming Nimbus coming out from either side. Hawklight dueling up against Merle. We'll see who comes out on top. It's going to be Merle as he ends up finding 2. And IQ somehow in the last battle will get the 2-0 victory here on Mountain R&D.
Oh my gosh. Reverse sweep, but I think that Screaming Nimbus was just so big. The fact that there were not that many G maneuvers in the final fight for the side of Team Tekka Dynasty. I mean, they had to do what they had to do to actually be able to take that spot and hold it for as long as they did, which is a really great showing. You know, I was afraid. I was like, okay, hold on. This is looking like a near 100% again. Are we going to just see another sweep here in the losers finals? But they put up a huge fight. They were just, I mean, that was like inches from overtime not even activating the extra time. Like almost nobody was even on the point there. So you love to see the fact that they're putting up such an amazing fight. And this is probably going to be a close second map as well. But IQ in the end did manage to take it back. Again, you know, there had to be zero mistakes throughout the entire map. And that was the only way that they were going to win. And they just made one slight error in that final team fight, or just didn't have enough of a, I guess, enough resources left, and that's all it took.
Yeah, I mean, it was so incredibly close, but you have to really do give it up to Tekka Dynasty there, right? We're noting the one, compositional change. It was that Exia versus the Ashamar, and that was a huge difference maker. Once we saw them swap off the Ashamar, have a little bit more presence from Nox to be able to actually contest and make sure that Mr. Big Large wasn't going completely uncontested in the sky, we saw how differently that round ended up playing out. So imagine if they started off round number 1 with that Ashamar.
Yeah, the flexibility, I mentioned this before, the flexibility of Team Tekka Dynasty is one of their greatest strengths. We know that like 3 people on their team have a ton of different suits, most notably Nox, right? Nox can play like 5 different suits at minimum at a pretty high level, I think. And being able to use the Ashamar or the Exia or just, I mean, pretty much anything, right? Is so huge. And that switch was incredible. But like I said, maybe a little bit earlier, maybe didn't quite find it in time. However, that's still going to be a huge thing for them to learn as a team. So regardless of whether or not they make it back in this set, I feel like they've gained a lot from just being able to play that. I gotta say though, MVP of that round, of that game, was Chaotic. Chaotic, unbelievable with the just everything on the Barbados, right? Almost went deathless. If that had gone a little bit better, it would have been deathless. If they hadn't been full team wiped, that would have been like something like 38-0, which on the Barbados in like high level is like unheard of. And it's not that, again, and obviously the other team wasn't playing bad. They brought it back to 99%. That was just Chaotic being just incredibly good.
Like a Methus pocket or anything, right? He doesn't have the energy cables. He has to rely upon health packs or falling back over towards his unicorn to keep himself topped off. So I do have to give props for that play on the Barbados, being able to stay alive in that kind of regard, especially when there's so much splash damage, a lot of spam coming across. You can easily just fall if you make one wrong misstep, but he kept himself alive. I would love to see the stats once again if we could, but again, just huge shout outs to everyone there. It was a fantastic match. I don't quite remember where we're going for our second map. Do you happen to remember, Wonder?
I think we're going to Quarry. I forget now. All of a sudden, it was such an intense first match. I think we're going to Quarry. I know that we have Thermal Plant as the decider, right? So it's going to be one of the other destruction missions. I believe it's Quarry because I think that we banned out Underground Command Center. So I'm gonna commit to that one. Okay, yeah, we got confirmation that it is actually Quarry, and just knowing that both of these teams are really doing a lot with their barbs means that this is going to be a big map. I mentioned this earlier. We saw really strong play from Barbados on both sides of this map, on offense and on defense, because there's so many walls, there's so many vertical options positions that you can hide behind on, especially on defense here. We've seen the really good Barbados is just be able to leap over and defend these pushes without ever being able to be shot at before they start their offense. And at the very minimum, the entire team has to turn around. They've got to deal with it. And then now maybe they're getting shot from the front. So I'm excited to see how these Barbados really match up here.
Yeah, and Gasman had some quite a run, I believe, when we were on Corey yesterday. He had some amazing moments himself, actually putting in a lot of work with that Barbados, constantly playing that backliner when teams were going on the push. While he was on the defense, he was constantly being that nuisance, getting the waypoint for his squad, coming in, being that threat in the back line. But we'll see if Chaotic can actually match that in kind, or if we'll have a compositional change. Again, teams, they don't have to go for that Barbados. Barbados is kind of newer for us to see really in the competitive meta right now, but we're seeing why he is so strong.
We know for sure that Gasman, I think one of Gasman's greatest strengths is being able to be in the right place at the right time, right? Knowing how to prioritize objectives, how to prioritize, for example, like you said, that recapture on the waypoint or in that previous match that we saw like yesterday. But we know for sure that Chaotic can just like brawl, right? Like obviously wins a lot of fights. That was unbelievable. Like actually the best tournament showing that I've ever seen, I think, from Barbados. But being able to be in the right place at the right time is a little bit more important, I think, on Corey than it's going to be on, for example, Mount R&D that we just saw, because all you have to do on Mount R&D is just win the fights, and then you're going to hold those positions. This one, there's a lot of really tough decisions to make, especially the fact that, especially on the first set of bombs, right? Where you're at the relay, you have to defend both sides of A and B. You have to make sure that you are, not going to put zero pressure on the relay. If you're on defense, you need to show them that, like, yes, we can take it back from you. You can't just all walk away from it easily. You have to at least check both lanes. So knowing how to successfully play that on this map is not going to be the easiest thing. I have confidence, right? Obviously, basically every player is really good here, but it'll just be an interesting thing to see.
Yeah, and it's different ways that you can play the Barbados here as well, both on the offense and on the defense. You can, of course, try to play that constant nuisance threat, or you can try to play against the counter dive, because we know that teams initially, when they're trying to go for that fight, the offense, for that first waypoint, we're going to see a lot of diving coming out. And so how you respond to that is going to be important. The Barbados have to be ready if that dive comes out to be able to play that counter dive, the counter engage in that kind of scenario.
Yeah. The 1v1 happened so much in Mountain R&D that we just saw. And honestly, it did end up, I mean, I don't know if it was necessarily just like pure 1v1s, but it ended up, we saw Chaotic getting a lot of kills on Gasman. And that might have just been, again, the fact that most of the time it was Gasman trying to push into a high ground. And defensively, I mean, okay, this is an interesting thing to talk about, right? So I think for, okay, it sounds like we're actually getting the match started, but I think in a lot of games like this, like Gundam Evolution, a lot of times the melee are better, or the close range units are better in defense, because you can hold these tight corners. So we did see, I think, kind of that little bit of advantage there, but let's see if we are going to see the Barbados mirror. Overall, we might see some different team comps as well, as far as like whether we're going to see the unicorn again, or maybe we're going to see double unicorn. It does look like we are actually going to be pretty close to what we had previous, except for Nox is going to be moving back to that Exia.
Yeah, so that's going to make their dive a lot more potent. A robot does swap off. So they're starting off on the offense. They want a little bit more single target heal instead of the AoE heal. We do, of course, for the offense on this first fight, they've got a lot more health packs to really be able to utilize as they move forward. Basically, if you say, this initial where Chaotic is standing is the line of demarcation, the halfway mark between the two teams, there's 3 health packs for them to really play off of moving forward, right? Well, there's only really the one that you can reliably use. Sure, you can say the second one if you're just moving towards the left-hand side where 0 hour is playing. But because of that, that means you can focus a little bit more on single target heals with a robot.
Yeah, well, here we go. We're going to get the initial scan for the side of the defense, which you always love to see. It's one of the best uses, honestly, of Sazabi. I forgot the name of the suit for a quick moment because I'm looking too much already at the action. We're going to see a lot of harassment here from Nox. No full commitments, though, from the offense.
Yeah, right now they are just waiting for that charge. They do spot out one. It looks like Chaotic is going to come in for that counter dive, and that's how the Barbados needs to play it. He gives up the high ground to go ahead and engage upon that push, and it's a Hawklight finally take him out, but largely the defense is quite successful here.
Yeah, this is a great place to hold. You know, I mean, there's just so many different spots that you can actually hold on this defense, but you can see them really taking advantage of that little defensive box community. I challenge you all to make a name for that box. Maybe there is a name for that box already. Maybe there's some people who have already thought of some names, but we see it so many times. I want a name for it. I want us to be able to call it out. But here we go again, the scan, just flying up in the air. One of my favorite techniques in this entire game. Not a super complicated one, but you love to see it.
And Chaotic is back in position there up on that high ground. Again, it's so hard to contest the Barbados that you just kind of want to allow him to have it. But if you allow him to have it, then he gets to be able to do this for free. The charge on in. He gets the knockdown on to the Sazabi, and they follow up as Sora going down. Looks like the defense once again bending but not breaking quite yet. Till he found a few more picks, but it looks like largely it is going to go the way of IQ and the defense.
Yeah, that was such a perfect example of. Oh wait, what was that flying? That almost sounded like a gun tank G maneuver. That was very strange. It was just like maybe a little bit of an audio bug. But yeah, that is exactly just the perfect example of what you can do as defense as Barbados on this map. It's so hard because you can't push that corner with Barbados sitting there. You can't push without looking at the Barbados. It's great flexibility.
They are finally going to challenge it, though, and they do it the right way. They challenge with multiple units, but doing so leaves Nox by himself. He ends up going down. That's going to be a one-for-one exchange, and dealing with Chaotic actually makes this dive a lot more potent now for Tekka Dynasty, as it looks like Gasman will be able to find one more. But the Hades is here for 0 hour. He does get stunned up just a little bit, and there we go on the tail end. He'll be able to take out Gasman now. Time is starting to run out for Tekka Dynasty. There's 2 minutes remaining, and they haven't even gotten the waypoint yet.
Yeah, and we've seen this before. If you don't get the waypoint, oh wait, actually, hold on a minute. Nox actually sneaking through along with Dark Infester. They're gonna be not a full team going for this plant, but if you can at least start off this plant, the most of the defensive team is going to have to back up, and it looks like Nox is going for a little bit of like a sneaky, maybe offensive option here, going over to A, maybe trying to pull them over to A as somebody plants on B, but it's not going to be that much of a commitment if you're going to use the Screaming Nimbus. Jeesh.
Yeah, Merle's able to go in and get rid of the Sazabi, and it looks like he'll be able to finish them off as well, as a robot ends up getting knocked back up into things. And unfortunately for Tekka Dynasty, they try to charge a little bit too forward without having the full group up. You saw that there was a little bit of indecision coming out, as they didn't really want to go for that B plant, and I can understand why you want to try and play off of A there. But it's going to be the reset. They didn't lose out on the waypoint. Now they've got a minute left to try and get the Mega Charge down. Hawklight does end up getting it down, but you can see that it was just a bait coming out from IQ. But here comes the counter engage from the offense.
Yeah, this is probably going to be a disarm. Oh, just barely preventing it. Super great notice by Nox to not quite let that go off. Is going to be boosted even by this Methis G maneuver. So this is going to be entirely up to Nox to protect this. This is going to end before the end of the plant. But oh, was that actually a takedown by the Barbados? Maybe just a little bit of extra damage. Yeah, it does look like Chaotic did take out Nox. And there is an offense on the relay to try to retake it. This disarm is going to go off here. And the relay slightly retaken. They retook it, then re-lost it.
That's so strange, because typically you think, yeah, so Sazabi, get on the point, body block for this disarm. Instead, no, he actually goes back for that waypoint, and it was actually crucial. That's a much longer run back if you don't have that waypoint. Now the Screaming Nimbus comes out. Nox is able to just charge through that one as he chases after Big Large, taking him out. TKD needs to start on the Mega Plant. Someone needs to start it up, but it looks like it got disrupted. They're back onto point A, but now you've got the Trans Am coming in. No, never mind, it's Chaotic with his own G maneuver cleaning up too. Mega Plant goes down onto the B sites, but they don't have any more units here to try and defend, as he ends up going down. IQ get the defusal, and they'll just stop it here on the first half.
Yeah, that was a great little skirmish from Tekka Dynasty to really like confuse the other team, but they just never had a full team in place to defend once the plant actually happened. I don't think we saw them go for a full 6-man push on either of the sites that entire game, which was interesting. And I think we actually did see this from them earlier on Quarry as well. They've got that double kind of flanker, that double like skirmishy brawler team, but they just aren't able to defend end once they actually get the plant, especially once you're on A. Obviously, we saw a really amazing defense from Nox, but that required basically 2 G maneuvers, and then still it ended up getting disarmed in the end. So I would love to see them maybe try to coordinate the pushes a little bit more, but they're not going to get a chance now. Of course, they're going to be on the defense, and I think their team is really going to thrive on defense here, just because double brawler on these angles can be terrifying. Exactly what we saw from the Barbados, but like ×2.
Take a look at the damage difference right here. 0 hour on the Pale Rider, actually ballooning there with 22,000 damage. And the next 2 up behind, I believe, was Mr. Big Large along with Merle on the Ashamar and the Doms respectively with 17K. So with the space that Merle and Mr. Big Large have been able to buy for them, 0 hour is really able to succeed being able to buy the squad. Hawklight will go ahead and set up for this. And like you said, taking a look at this defensive hold is going to come down to Chaotic. He was doing an amazing job when we were on Mountain R&D. How does he play here in the counter dive up against Double Brawler?
Yeah, let's actually see. I mean, so far Chaotic has been really an MVP to me. I mean, this is such a great team, right? There's so many strong players. We've seen every single person on this team, on the team side of IQ, pop off so far, literally throughout this entire tournament. They've only been on stream like 3 times, but here we go, pushing the high ground. We're not going to see as much of a defensive Barbados hold from Gasman. Gonna hold a little bit more inside of this building, which means that there's a little bit more control up here, although it looks like IQ isn't even going to try to take advantage of this. This is the opportunity to jump, but Gasman getting focused so well.
He gets focused down, but that's 2 picks already coming out for the Tekka Dynasty squad. So they're largely successful, but they are still super low as Hawklight will end up falling in IQ. She'll be able to get onto this waypoint pretty quickly, unless Nox has something to say about it. Cleaning up in the tail end there, but he is, without the rest of his team, he's got to be careful in how he engages here. He's super low. A robot is here to top him back off. And it looks like Chaotic will be able to find one. Nox going down, but he does get charged by Isosaur. Now things are looking a little bit dire here. Waypoint will get picked up by IQ. Now the decision. Is it going to be A? Is it going to be B? Gasman gets picked off, unfortunately, here as Dark Infestor is trying to play off of this A site now.
Yeah, this is great timing for both of these both of these teams. They've both taken the waypoint pretty quickly as far as things go, right? We've seen these teams really be able to hold on the waypoints really well, but now we're just gonna have, again, these huge brawls over here. They're trading 1 for 1. Gasman's gonna take on Exponent. Hawklight's gonna go down in exchange, but actually getting picked back up, so it looks like it wasn't a full destroy, and Merle gets absolutely melted trying to get that plant.
Oh boy. Despite the time discrepancy, it looks like, once it came down to the points, when it came down to getting the Mega Charge down, they're still delaying quite well for Tekka Dynasty now, as Mr. Big Large does end up finding that win in the 1v1 up against Nox, and so they might finally find an opening, but again, it's going to come down to which point is it going to be, A or B. Mega Charge is going down on A, but they have not been able to secure it quite yet. Chaotic here in the back line. The Methus will end up falling.
Ooh, yeah, that's going to be a huge delay here. And Fusion Blackie not quite being able to get that plant. Nox just going on with that Trans Am, getting so much damage. Nox just really likes playing this Exia around this point A, but not going to be able to get full usage out of that Trans Am. This might be a great opportunity here for the plants. Merle is going to end up getting it down. We are going to see the shield coming out from Exponent, literally just standing in front so that the plant actually happens. That is going to be Gasman, though, taking down two players went down overall, 3 members of IQ going down, and this looks like this could be a pretty easy disarm.
Yeah, they don't have any of their disruption here. They don't have any of the CC. It's all only basically Fusion Blackie that could have stopped him from going for that defuse. So we are now back to neutral. Unfortunately for Tekka Dynasty, they weren't able to go and get that waypoint. So IQ are going to have a faster regroup here, and it looks like they might try and go for this B side. 0 hour does have the Hades available. It does seem like Fusion Blackie does have the Unicorn ultimate now, and they're going to go ahead and instantly pop that to try and find the first pick.
Yeah, this can be hard to find the right angles here with this G maneuver, but that was certainly the right angle, and they are getting a lot of mileage out of this. It is so hard to push in. I'm surprised that nobody actually went for the push right here, but we're going to see the counter G maneuver from Hawklight to try to push everybody off of A. It looks like there was a little bit of a rotation from IQ to get all the way over here. Hawklight goes down, Chaotic goes down, and now this is not going to be a full team on either side.
That was huge. Actually, someone from the Tekka Dynasty squad was able to get into the back line and take that waypoint away from IQ. So the regroup is going to be incredibly hard. Tekka Dynasty finding a few more picks there, getting the res onto Nux as well. They're going to try and finish off the Sazabi before they go for the defuse. And I love that they're putting the focus on the team fight first before they go for the objective. They still have time to play off of. Chaotic has been spotted down. I believe he will go down very shortly, but no, they end up actually pulling away the focus onto him a little bit too early here. Now there's only 2 seconds left. Someone needs to get onto the objective. They do get the defuse here, and now there's only 4 seconds remaining. Merle's going to try and go for a miracle, but no, IQ are not going to be able to do it.
Wow, after that incredible hold, they just weren't able to put together their offense. And it felt to me like we saw a very similar story, I think, on both sides for the offense here, right? The defense was strong in both directions, but it seemed like both teams really wanted to go for this brawling style. And there were very few pushes that were completely on one point. There was that one time where we saw that IQ pushed all the way over into point B, but then they ended up in the end like shifting over to A, and there was the pop off with that unicorn G maneuver in B, but like half the team was on A, so nobody planted behind the unicorn. So it might have just been some level of, I almost want to say like just like lack of coordination with where people wanted to stay. And we've actually seen that a few times on Quarry throughout this tournament. I feel like that's just continuing to happen.
Yeah, I believe we've only seen the second half of Quarry once so far on broadcast, because it ends right here on the first basically plant, and teams have been finding it really difficult to try and regroup as a full, right? And that kind of does come down to how the map works out. There are so many ways to rotate between A and B. Trying to control it all can be a little bit too much, and so teams, I feel like, are just getting a little bit lost in the sauce in that regard, and really how they want to approach which side to take. And it's so difficult in this brawler heavy meta right now, with so many teams picking Barbados, still Exia in play as well, but the Ashamars and all the Doms, there's just so much disruption that it's become so difficult to decide on either A or B.
Yeah, it's certainly strange, and especially with the fact that we've seen, I would say, more Quarry now than we have previously. It's strange to see just how the strategies overall have developed, but that does mean, I believe now, that IQ has won game 1 and that TKD has won game 2, right? So that we are going to Thermal Plant.
Yep,
yeah,
Thermal
Plant
finally round it out here, and I mean, this is going to be different, right? Because we saw that it was a little bit of a slow uptake for the Tekka Dynasty squad, right? They didn't start off with the Ashamar. They made the swap in round 2 after losing round 1 on Mountain R&D, and we saw how much of a difference that made. Here on Thermal Plant, the Ashamar, while it is still strong, it's not going to have that same kind of presence, right? It's not the same kind of mirror on A and C on Thermal Plant. They are completely different sites. And this is where, again, Brawl Heavy with Exia and Barbados can definitely succeed.
Yeah, this is, I mean, honestly though, this one's interesting because for sure, I mean, I think I've said this before, I think this is one of the best Barbados maps, and this is also one of the best Exia maps for sure, but I think Ashamar is incredibly strong here as well. I mean, Ashamar is strong on pretty much every map, but I think that the verticality of this map means that all 3 of those suits are really, really strong on here, and they can really just be the deciding factor. So I feel like they're fine to not go for the Ashmar, but still, if they don't have an Ashmar, that will be an advantage, considering the fact that we've seen that Mr. Big Large is obviously quite a strong Ashmar, one of the strongest ones that we have. So we'll just see how it ends up playing out against each other. So far, Thermal Plant, we've only seen, I think, 1 time on broadcast, maybe it was 2, but it ended up being a little bit more dominant than maybe we expected. We did see it, of course, in that winners finals match where we saw Mafty just really just hold the high ground. And we didn't get a chance to see even one of the points almost entirely. I don't think if we ever went to A, I think maybe it was only between B and C, and we didn't even get to see that many points in general. So we'll see what points we end up getting. Of course, we're not going to have the Mountain R&D curse probably of only just A and C. And I feel like, especially with the double melee, you're going to want a lot of C. You're going to want a lot of probably A, but you really want C. I think you really want C as double melee.
We'll also see if maybe we get the Profi pick, right? Profi ended up pulling out the Zaku 2 range when we were on Thermal Plant earlier today, and it did actually succeed quite well. It was playing it basically how Zakutu is supposed to be played. You're not trying to get the kills. If you can, definitely that's a huge plus, but you're trying to bait out a lot of the utility from the other side, and he was doing that extremely well. So that is still a thing that we could actually see. I don't know who would pull it out, just because of how it feels like, you know, the roles are set so far in the teams. Maybe some of our Pale Rider players can go ahead and make that swap off for themselves. But with how 0 Hour has been succeeding so far on the Pale Rider, with how much damage he's been dishing out, I don't really see him going and making the swap and the flex for that Zakutu range pickup if they want to choose it.
Yeah, that's honestly a suit I would love to see more. We've seen it, you know, we saw it today in one particular match and they won, right? We also saw it in one match in the previous tournament, and that was actually pre some buffs. So Zakutu does a little bit more damage now. It has a smaller mag, but the overall DPS is higher, so you can actually melt people quicker, get out of there. So we saw that on, I don't know if you remember, but it was on defense on Flak Fort. And it was like, this is an interesting pick. Is this going to work out? And it did super well. I believe they actually just completely held on A, or they held for a really long time on that A point on defensive Flak Fort, just held those tight little angles. And I just want to see more of Zakutu melee. It can be a really annoying suit. Well, you can't just run around and flank people for free like you can on ranked or in casual matches, obviously, when these teams are so strong. But holding the you know, the small angles, the short angles, and just being one of the literally like the highest DPS suit in the game, as far as I know, means that you know, even if they jump in with something like a Barbados, you can melt the Barbados before the Barbados can even get to you, just by the nature of having that Zakutu machine gun. It does so much damage. So I want to see more of it. So far, it's worked pretty well.
And you have to also remember that not all dashes are created equally. You know, while some units might have 3 dashes, some dashes are longer than others, and Zakutu range does have the longest dashes, and he has 3 of them. So it's incredibly strong in that in the mobility front as well. Again, just being able to have that kind of self-sustain, not self-sustain, but self-reliability with the smoke screen, being able to get out of dodge, have the extra mobility is incredibly potent for him as well. Having a little bit of CC and the concussion and the animation cancels that come with it as well. It makes it so much fun to play. I hope that we get to see a little bit more of it. I'm glad that we got to see Profi actually picking that one up. I don't know how much of it is an actual pick for them, or if they just want to kind of test the waters with it.
Yeah, we'll see. That probably is not going to be super relevant here. Looks like we're getting into game number 3. We'll see if there is some Zakutu ranged pick. That'll be a miracle. But I just really like talking about the suit. One of my favorite in the entire game. But I expect that we're probably going to see some pretty similar builds here. We are going to see a robot switching over to the Unicorn. We'll have double Unicorn. Makes a lot of sense. They're already here at C. So we're going to be starting off on C. And there's already a huge engage from Nox.
Big stun out as he does actually get right on top of the Sazabi. Unfortunately for him, not quite the angle for the rest of the squad to follow up, but he does back away, and that does actually buy the space. You can see actually the IQ squad completely falling back, and Nox just gets right on in. They do end up losing out on Infestor, but that's the only trade, largely going in favor of Tekka Dynasty here as they take control of the point.
Yeah, Mr. Big Large is trying to get some harassment from the back, at least maybe make them turn around. But the 1v1, we got the dual Gasman versus Chaotic. Oh no. Has to escape from Nox as well. Just hiding back in, you know, it's like, I'm going back to safety. I don't want to take the 2v1. The 1v1 was fun, 2v1, a little bit less. But here's the regroup. There's already some great high ground positioning here, though, from Team Tekka Dynasty.
This 1 point is going to be swapping on over to B next as well. So the transition, the rotate, isn't going to be as punishing here. You don't have to go cross map. Exponent actually tries to go in so aggressively. He's got 1 HP, but his shield will end up going down. That's 2 picks coming in now for Tekka Dynasty. IQ trying to get really aggressive with that one, trying to buy some space. Chaotic finds 1, but you can see that team fight win, or at least finding those picks, comes a little bit too late because the point now is swapping on over.
Ooh, and look at that mobility to get all the way to the high ground on B in 1 single leap. We got a Superman move over here. But yeah, that taking out Nox was huge. However, I mean, the respawn with the changing point is going to mean that Nox is going to have some time to come back. Gasman going down, not going to be able to quite get that hold on that kind of door of point B. And it looks like a whole lot of Tekka Dynasty is just going to be waiting outside, waiting for that respawn for one more big push.
You do have the Hades actually available right now, but it's Hawklight. They really want to enable things, right? He's only 10% away from having that Screaming Nimbus, but on the other side, Mr. Big Large, he can allow the Screaming Nimbus come in and just wait for the rest of the 5 members and just disrupt them with that Ashmar punch. You can see he's just waiting right above. They are expecting this push to come out from mid.
Yeah, but this high ground is so strong. Dark Infestor is going to have to find a great angle, and this push-up might just be death. X-Men is holding that point so that nobody can sneakily steal it, and look at this, holding the best spot possible, although that Hades might just melt the shield. G-maneuver and a G-maneuver, though, so many used all in a row, and Dark Infestor is low, but trying to get as much damage as possible, cannot escape the Screaming Nimbus.
Beautiful play coming out from Tekka Dynasty there. They're expecting Mr. Big Large to come in for that punch, and they play for it and actually kite around it. So he gets no value off of that, and then they re-engage with that Screaming Nimbus. So now Tekka Dynasty at 56%. They'll be able to get up to close to, what, 65 before the point swaps on over, and we are going back on over to point C. Gasman setting up for it, finds the pick onto one. He takes out the Unicorn, finds one more with the G maneuver. That's going to be a three-piece for Gasman.
Beautiful. That was the pop-off necessary. That's going to almost guarantee at least amazing positioning at C when the timer pops, when it opens up actually as a point. You can see almost the entirety of Team Tekka Dynasty is already there. We're going to have to see regroup on Team IQ, and this can be a really tough one to push. You know, you've got the double layers here, and getting stuck in this little building that they're kind of like regrouping in can be a death sentence if you've got a lot of AoE like that big G maneuver from the Unicorn.
Now it's all going to come down to Azor. He should have the funnels up ready in the back line. Mr. Big Large actually chasing after the Barbados there, but Gasman will be able to get out of dodge. 0 Hour by himself underneath. Dark Infestor ends up finding one, but it's going to be the Unicorn G maneuver on the other side, finding value for IQ, but they still need to get on point. And this is the problem with C. It's so hard to win the fight completely, but they will be able to evict them for now, and it looks like if things don't go the way of TKD, we'll be going over to point B once again.
Yeah, just the back and forth, back and forth. Only 20 seconds left. I don't know how much you want to fight for this, but it looks like Gasman, just barely surviving, getting the large health pack. That's going to be huge right there. They are going to take down Chaotic as well. That means Chaotic is going to be down for most of the time as this starts, but here we go. Gasman just going in and swinging, and they're going to be trading a Barbados for a Barbados. Exponent as well going down, getting picked back up. So there's Barbados for basically this push as B starts to open up.
Gasman just narrowly misses out on that Mega. If he could have picked it up, that could have been the team fight win for them. But here we go. Sora now moving in with the funnels and with the backup of Merle. Looks like it's going to be a robot going down. Chaotic, though, here on point to try and finish one off. He's going to go ahead and pop that G maneuver, finds one off of it. He's trying to chase for a little bit more, but it looks like mostly IQ coming out on top for this team fight win. Unless Gasman is able to get Dark Infestor back into things. 0 Hours finds one onto Knock. Dark Infestor goes down once more, but the parting nade there to get that kill as Gasman now will use that G maneuver himself, chasing them into spawn, but he needs to back away. And so TKD, Tekka Dynasty, just 13% away from getting the first round.
Yeah, this looks like this will be the final point here. Somebody needs to get on the point. There's only 8% left, 3% left basically at this point, but nobody's on point. Who's going to actually challenge this? Oh, just barely in time. They timed that really perfectly, but this is the final fight. We're going to see all three people from IQ going down. Four. This might be a complete hold. Not a single suit on the side so far. Just all the G maneuvers popped. They know that this is the exact moment they need, and Tekka Dynasty, it needs one more round now to make it back into the grand finals.
It was just really unfortunate. IQ just had no more firepower at the end. Like you said, that Hades comes in for Tekka Dynasty. They had 2 more G maneuvers to put the kibosh on that round as well. We'll see if Tekka Dynasty will continue to run this double melee. I mean, they should. They've got the win. Will IQ make any changes here up against that brawler heavy composition of Tekka Dynasty?
I mean, they were fighting well, right? But I just feel like they need to make one small change. I don't know what it's going to be. And I mean, I don't know that it's necessarily as far as like what your comp is. They just need to make some sort of strategy change. And you can see Mr. Big Large leading the damage here, but Gasman actually with a huge amount of damage. Chaotic actually a lot lower than we saw in previous games, but Gasman just doing an unbelievable amount of damage for what is usually a relatively low damage suit. And I think a lot of it was from those G maneuvers. However, we cannot ignore Dark Infestor, who's been, I don't want to say ignored, but like not focused on as much as maybe previously. And that might be biting IQ in the butt a little bit.
It was 0 Hour that was actually popping off quite a bit in that regard. But at this point, you know, the space that's being provided for our players is, or for our Pale Rider players is actually incredible.
Yeah, this is their chance to shine, but here we go. The initial fight for A. We're seeing the A for the first time in 2 full sets on this map so far, and we'll see how these teams actually play. Right now, it's looking like IQ is in full control as they've already gotten about 3 to 4 picks. Hawklight's going to go down, and Dark Infested. They're pushing all the way to spawn with this extremely aggressive push led by Exponent.
That is a rundown if I've ever seen one there. Mr. Big Large will try to utilize that aerial maneuverability of that Ashmar, but oh, yes, man! What are we playing Dead by Daylight here? Like, he was looking for a pallet to try and stop that. No! What a huge pickup here for IQ. 17% now. It looks like they're going to have full dominance over point A.
Yeah, got it. You got to use that large fly swatter to swat those bugs out of the air for sure. But yeah, this is going to be pretty much, I think, a full hold on A. Even if they repush at this point, it's going to basically give them like 3 seconds. So I think they're probably going to reposition to B. It does look like we're going to see Dark Infestor already get up there. But wow, most of Team IQ is actually already up on the high ground. They have just so heads up with this advantage.
It was just a 5-man peel onto Nox to make sure they get rid of him, but that means there's another threat to deal with. That's going to be Gasman coming in from the backlight. Hawklight taking out his counterpart in Merle now, as the point hasn't even unlocked quite yet, and it's still a back-and-forth affair until Dark Infestor finds more. One more Exponent going down, and that's actually quite huge. He had the funnels ready to basically try and win out this point by himself, but that could be the engage for IQ as the point unlocks in 10 more seconds.
Yeah, Nox is actually just flying around this area, like every single bit of this level. Oh, but here we go. The G maneuver popped immediately. Screaming Nimbus is going to take down 2 people on the backside of that high ground, and it just leaves them to just knock them off. Hawklight and Dark Infestor are going to go down. Gasman's going to get a pick in return, though, so there will be no Hades on the other side. X-Minute has the G maneuver, is going to use it, but it's such low life. This could end up kind of coming back. Oh, wait, maybe it's actually over already.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about the value of G maneuvers, and Screaming Nimbus is absolutely insane. Dark Infestor ends up popping his Hades, but Hades does not trump a Screaming Nimbus. There's just so much damage, you cannot focus down a Dom fast enough to try and shut it down. Very few things can, as oh boy, as his sword tries to go for that peek on the angle, he gets instantly taken down. That's one more going down. Gasman does find one, as IQ tries to get aggressive onto this, but still, I love the aggression that's coming out from IQ right now. They're trying to equalize things out here. Remember, this is the deciding map to see who will be facing off up against Mafty in our grand finals.
Ooh, and that looked like that was a little bit of a whiff on the G maneuver from the Barbados. It looks like that's going to be gone for this final push now, at least. This is nearly a perfect round. It's going to be potentially ending on C, and we're already seeing several members of IQ fall. This might be another potential huge comeback hold from Tekka Dynasty.
Now 0 Hour, when he runs back, he will have that Hades available. Fusion Blackie just trying to preempt the push coming out from Tekka Dynasty with that Gundam Unicorn ultimate. But now it's all going to come down to Fusion, 0 Hour here. Hawklight ends up taking him out, but that's a 1-for-1 exchange. Sazabi is gone, so the tank line is not there. Nox in a battle in the back line. He is not going to win out that one. It's going to be Chaotic trumping that one. And it looks like IQ, they give up C for a little bit, but they should be able to win this one out.
Yeah, Chaotic doing such a good job taking out Nox multiple times in this game, but here we go. Melee versus the shield. Oh no, not quite able to get the hit, and the perfect axe coming out of Azor is eventually going to fall, but still that's going to give at least a small amount of advantage for the rest of this team pushing in. They're not going to have time to regroup. This needs to be TKD taking the team wipe here, taking the full thing, but it does look like we're going to get a pick up on the side of IQ. It's going to need most of them up to defend this.
Oh no, the G maneuvers are here though. Azor should have that funnel ready, but you can see how difficult it is to try and play off of that when there's multiple levels that teams can utilize to actually just disengage from that one. Azor finds one. Dark Infestor on the high ground, getting chased down. He might go down, but Exponent is going to lose him for just a moment. Finally peeks the cord, takes him out, as it looks like IQ might be winning out on this fight. Gasman though is getting close to that G maneuver right now. Tries to take the 1v1 up against the Barbados, but he gets disrupted. That punch is not going to be enough to finish him off. He does back away in time. And Mr. Big Large is trying to put a stop to him for now, but you can see they're able to back away, heal up, and now Chaotic just holding on to that Barbados G maneuver this whole time. IQ looking to equalize things and then send us over to round number 3.
Nice, great usage of the G maneuvers right there. Not popping them a little bit too early. We've seen that a few different other times over the past, I guess, 2 days, where people will use all their G maneuvers and then not quite have enough for those exact final seconds, or one person will remain on the site. But that was a lot of confidence from IQ, and we're going down to Game 3, final round for Losers Finals. It's one round to decide who's going to make it into that guaranteed top 2 spot for those extra Pilot Academy points for that run back for either of these teams up against Team Mafty's. They've both been playing so well. This has been an incredibly close set, but it's down to one final round.
What I'm wondering is just Mafty, what are they seeing in this, right? They've been able to knock down both of these squads. We're talking about the rematch. Mafty, they won out their matches pretty handily up against both of them. So are they able to spot any more weaknesses here? Is there something they want to try and really focus on in the rematch when it comes down to the grand finals? But man, what a way to finish off the lower bracket here. TKD, Tekka Dynasty versus IQ. One final round to decide it all here on Thermal Plant.
Yeah, and this has gone back and forth so well. It doesn't look like we're gonna get any major switches that I can notice right now. Nox still sticking on that Exia. We're gonna be starting off on C where we ended the previous round, so just going right back into it, basically into the same round. But we're gonna see Chaotic try to get the jump, the literal jump here on to Merle, but not gonna quite be, so not Merle, the other one. Not quite gonna be able to get it.
Ends up picking up 2 there. Hawklight finds the 3rd this time around. It's going to be Tekka Dynasty with dominant control over point C. Dark Infestor with the heal to keep his team topped off. And Fusion Blackie gets chased down by our Pale Rider player. Merle cannot fall. Otherwise, they're going to stagger themselves so much. But it looks like he will be able to exit at the very least. Hawklight ends up trying to go for that mega health back, but gets taken out. So now there is actually a weakness on the TKD defense here as they try to hold on to the point. IQ should be able to charge forward, but it looks like they're not able to take advantage of this window.
Yeah, that res was huge, and it looks like Dark Infestor might get picked up again 2 times in one single round, and it does actually happen. One single life, I should say, with almost 10 seconds. It looks like most of Team IQ is actually on the bottom. Chaotic, of course, holding on that top spot along with Fusion Blackie, but they are going to, at the minimum, not... I mean, it's going to be close to tying up, right? It's going to be almost tying up. B is going to be where this tie kind of breaks, and they're already fighting for it here.
Oh man, this is just a brawl. It's so hard to call these team fights because it has been just a lot of individual fights because of Exia, because of the Barbados. Mr. Big Large is trying his best to make sure that the flanks aren't coming out for them, but Nox is still finding angles. He finds one onto Merle, and we still have 20 seconds before point B unlocks.
Yeah, but already the battle is raging here. IQ has, for sure, the dominant position, but Dark Infestor has the chance here to try to even things up. Wow, immediately gets focused. Luckily, of course, that healing is still very strong, even post-nerf on the Pale Rider, but they just have not been able to knock IQ off of that high ground. Chaotic, just being able to go back and forth, is controlling so much of this space.
Point has unlocked, and it is being contested for now. Nox getting into the back with the Trans Am, but it has ended, and he gets taken out. 0 Hour with the nade to finish him off. Looks like IQ have the numbers advantage. They have the G maneuvers as well to hold it down. A lot of them coming online. We've got the Hades, we've got the Barbados G maneuver, along with the Gundam Unicorn and the Screaming Nimbus for Merle in just a moment.
Yeah, and on the other side, the only ones we're going to get are Funnels and potentially Hades. Oh, actually, the Screaming Nimbus, and yeah, okay, so we just need to build a little bit of time for Tekka Dynasty to be able to get those resources back. But everything is up, and we are going to see at least 1 popped on the side of IQ, 2 popped, but immediately Merle gets focused down midway through that Screaming Nimbus, and they're going to be trading a lot of suits for a lot of suits here. This is a brawl.
Yeah, but for TKD, they understand that, hey, you know what? The point, there wasn't that much progress left remaining here. So we're not going to expend the G maneuvers. We're going to actually save them for the next point. We're going on over to A. On the other side, though, for IQ, they didn't pop everything in that fight. They still have the Barbados G maneuver. They still have the funnels along with the Hades to utilize. But in the face of 5 G maneuvers now coming online for Tekka Dynasty, this can be an incredibly difficult fight.
Yeah, especially this Gasman G maneuver, but here we go. We're seeing at least 2 popped. Hades is popped alongside the Screaming Nimbus, and now Gasman using the sword here, and that is going to be 3 players at least, taking down 4 players, 5 players, almost a full team wipe. 0 Hour still has Hades up, but just alone, how long can they actually survive? Not that long. That is essentially a full team wipe. The only reason it wasn't was somebody actually got back up midway through that fight, but that's going to be Tekka Dynasty trying to hold this A point using all of their resources. There's actually, I'm sorry, not all the resources. IQ used all their resources, and Tekka Dynasty still has a few left.
Yeah, things are looking really bad for IQ here. I wish they did not use any of their G maneuvers, because now the power has been swayed on over for Tekka Dynasty. They're getting close to tying things up, but Mr. Big Large coming in with a massive Falcon Punch in the back line there. Might be enough for IQ to sway things on over. Still, though, this is an extremely close match, 58 to 58%, and now we are going back on over to point C.
Yeah, and that was a lot of resources expended by IQ to only get about, 15 seconds of time on point A. So again, we're going to be at a resource advantage overall for Tekka Dynasty. Once they get this regroup, they've still got the funnels, they've still got the Unicorn G maneuver, both of them being activated at the same time, and those can both be huge on this point.
And the Trans Am is coming up for Nox to finish things off. This is where a robot wanted to save that Gundam Unicorn G maneuver for it. It is so good in the narrow corridors that teams end up funneling into. Big Large does end up taking out Hawklight, but that's still a 2-for-1 exchange. Dark Infestor playing with a lot of space here now. They try and charge forward. Tekka Dynasty has the point unlocked. They should gain control over point C, but Exponent is here in the last second to try and contest, but he gives his life for it. And that should mean Tekka Dynasty just get the point for themselves, and now without a tank, it's going to be incredibly hard for them to try and challenge.
Yeah, Gasman goes down in return, but overall, I feel like you really need that for that push through that small doorway from spawn. We are going to see Nox spin around, try to get a little bit of a flank, as Tekka Dynasty is going to hold this, slightly break the lead here, but this is very close. Both teams above 70% in this final round, this match point round for both teams, and we're going to see the chase around from Mr. Big Large. We've got the Flame Grenade in such a huge chunk of players. Oh, Tekka Dynasty is just melting there. The punch is available as well. We are going to see it. It's going to slightly whiff. It might have hit on one person, but that is a huge amount of suits down. On the other side, though, IQ is losing suits as well. They don't have enough fuel to take it back. 95%.
Oh, he ends up losing out on the duel, but Chaotic is basically the only one up to try and contest here. 97%. Someone needs to touch the point. Mr. Big Large coming in a little bit too late, and it's so hard to fly on over. Chaotic, though, with the Barbados G maneuver going down, takes out Dark Infestor, keeping things alive so far for IQ, but in the extra time, they still need 29% here to try and secure the map, to try and secure that rematch up against Mafty, as Gasman finds 2 with that Barbados. Hawklight finds 1 more, and it looks like Tekka Dynasty might have done it, but Mr. Big Large is still keeping them alive throughout all of this. It's going to come down to Merle now. Screaming Nimbus to get his team back onto the point. Extra time ticking away. Someone needs to touch, but Merle is not able to. He gets disrupted in the back line. It's gonna be Tekka Dynasty walking away with the win, now headed for that rematch up against Team Mafty.
Wow, what a final round. What a final fight to a final round to a final game of that set. That was incredible. That fight went on for so long in extra time with so many of those players getting staggered, but IQ was just not giving up. I mean, that was incredible play, but that set came down to the absolute wire, and that is exactly the way that I want to see it. But Tekka Dynasty, the team that has fought, I mean, the team that's currently left that has fought by far the most other teams throughout this bracket, have continued to fight tooth and nail, getting knocked in the losers bracket a little bit earlier than some of these others, playing a bunch of other teams such as Bozos in the losers bracket, and then making it all the way back up here against another team that was in the top 3, earning their second place spot, which is, again, farther than Team Tekka has ever done in these brackets, but now they get their chance at the rematch.
And it's so crazy. It's so rare for us to get a map number 3, but it seems like every time we do, it comes down to the wire like this one. It doesn't get any closer than that. What a way to finish off the lower bracket. But now for Tekka Dynasty, for them, it's the rematch, right? They have, like we said, they had the night to try and maybe look over the tape. What did they note in their matchup initially up against Mafty? What can they do to try and change things up in that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to say, right? It was pretty dominant, I think, the first time they played. So we'll see exactly what changes they can make. But overall, I feel like they're playing so much better as time goes on. Not that they were bad at all, right, when they first started the tournament, but you can just tell as time has gone on, these players have gelled more together. They've had to play more matches than pretty much any other team in this entire tournament. So for sure, they're getting that experience. They've clutched out a bunch of really close moments now throughout the entire bracket, and now they get to clutch out one more. But that does mean that we are set for our grand finals. Congratulations to IQ for making it into our third place spot. That is still a ton of points towards the Pilot Academy. Top three get just a ton of points overall. So huge congratulations to them. They were as close as it can be to getting into that second place spot. But we've got one more match to go before we decide who our champion is. It's going to be the run back from way early in day number one. And this could go either way. But before we do that, we're going to have a short break. So you're not going to want to go anywhere because we're going to see who our Celestial Assault Grand Champion is after this break. It looks like the push may go to B this time, and it definitely has already.
But Nox is turning things around despite being able to get the Mega Charge down onto point B. Nox with that Trans Am finds maybe the fourth kill in just a moment, narrowly missing that out. But they will be able to pick that one up onto Victus in with that dive. But again, Zabi versus Zabi this time around. Exponent will be the first one to fall, and this looks like a good hold now coming out from Bozos, only losing out on their Dom. Mr. Big Large has his Ashmar punch, but it doesn't even matter. They finally touched a point at the end there, but we'll see. Fusion Blackie ends up going down. That's going to be Blue Jay coming in with a Trans Am. He doesn't have a health pack here, but he's still chasing one more down. Throw, but he will go down. It's going to be David, though, finding one more as Enders gets that nade in to take out Offlight. And what a beautiful hold coming out from our defense.
Yeah, and so almost getting that health pack just to barely stay up, but same thing with the robot, both of them just not quite getting what they want. That was an aggressive chase. That's going to be 3 ticks, and there's only 3 people up on the side of skill issue, and that's slowly going to turn into less. And now there's only about 1 person ready to challenge. It's going to be the Trans Am, though, going to get 1 pick, but only 1. We are still going to see the Methods, but that's the entire team.
Himself some health, and that's going to be the second tick coming in for skill issue.
Yeah, oh, nice avoidance from Amano, not getting jumped on. That can be pretty well reacted to if you're ready for it, but look at this, G maneuver into G maneuver, and that is going to be so many players on the side of Bozos going down.
G maneuvers available, never mind just the one as Nitro Genocide goes down. Trans Am is up, they've got the Unicorn ulti as well. They might be able to just finish this one off without it. 15 seconds remaining, and that was huge coming out from. We're able to answer it back. They've almost popped all of their G maneuvers as well. Amano with a nice little shot there on a Victus. Maybe another knock coming out from Blue Jay.
Yeah, Mono still just, oh my gosh. Okay, it just immediately going down over there. Maybe a little bit of overcommitment going against 2 very strong close range suits right there. But while they lost the Victus for a little bit, of course, just brought them back up. But this might give enough time. And oh my gosh, on the Exia too, that's huge.
Yeah, Amano is doing
All right.
so much right now. That's going to be another one going down. There's a third. Amano cannot be stopped. Oh, the third tick actually comes on in. The Screaming Nimbus is a little bit late, but they're going to try and engage with that, and he ends up somehow surviving. What just happened there? It was like sheer force of will to keep it on there, and he does end up going down. But here's Gasman now to clean things up at the end of the fight, but someone is still on point. They do end up giving away 3 ticks, but the defense will hold. Gasman pops his G maneuver, finds one. We'll see if he can get a little bit more. Nox is backing up as well, but again, he has to start playing around the defense here, but they end up going down. Dark Infestor now charging forward. He doesn't have his heal. He will have it now in time to keep his team topped off, but a huge punch from Nitro Genocide as the time ticks away.
It's grand finals time here at Celestial Assault, presented by the Gundam Evolution New Type League. We're down to just one more set to decide who our champion will be, who our first champion of the Pilot Academy, our first champion of the Breakout Series Season 2, the first champion of Gundam Evolution Season 2, the first champion of 2023 is. There are far too many things for me to list, but one last time, I am EGP Wonder Chef, joined by James Jamerson Lee, and we've got just it all come down to this.
Yeah, we had an excellent map number 3 finish in the lower bracket final, and I can only hope for a 5-map full set here in the grand finals.
I absolutely agree. This is going to be, like you just mentioned, our first time that we're going to have a 3 out of 5 set within this tournament. This is how it ran in the previous ones as well, and they've been some very entertaining sets. But the big stories of today are that we are having Team Mafty looking absolutely undefeatable throughout this entire bracket, regardless of what team they're playing, going up against Tekka Dynasty, that has been playing better and better as time has gone on, has defeated every single opponent other than Mafty, who they lost to very early, and now they've got all that extra experience under their belt. They've had, like you mentioned earlier, an entire day to do their research on how they want to adapt their match, and now they've earned their spot back into that top 2 spot, the best place that that team has ever had.
Yeah, but the thing is, Mafty in their last match, they're in the winners finals. They, there's not much to work with. They were so dominant in how they were able to take that win in that 2-0. Everyone on that roster was popping off in their own regard. So it's really hard to pinpoint who do we try to focus, or what's the weakness? Where do we try to put the resources into to try and pick apart this team? This is really a really tough ask at this point if you're trying to take down Team Mafty.
Yeah, one of the greatest strengths, in my opinion, of Team Mafty is that they are just so solid, and the fact that every single one of their members is just mechanically so strong. Like, they play together incredibly as a team. There seems to be no crack in their actual team cooperation, but if anybody was to 1v1 anybody on their team with the same suit, it would be a very hard ask for almost anybody, in the entire region to win against most of these players. We've got players, we just keep going back to them, but like Casino or like Focus, who have been on a lot of these MVP kind of moments, videos that we've been seeing during these breaks. And literally every single person on that team is of that exact same level. I don't want to act like we're just focusing on them, but they're just such good examples from seeing all these videos during the breaks. So it's not like you can just choose one thing and be like, we found their one little weakness. It's like you just have to consistently play better than them. It doesn't seem like they're going to let themselves get opened up in any sort of significant way.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if, on the other side for Tekka Dynasty, do they have an answer for almost like the counter dive strategy, right? Tekka Dynasty, even though they have been running the double brawler for a large portion of this tournament, now they have to kind of, once again, deal with the RX-78 that's been being picked up, I believe, by Arrow. And again, that Hyper Hammer, even though it's been nerfed, it's still a great tool to deal with the dive.
It's such a strong tool. If you can aim that thing well, which clearly, we've been able to see they actually can in many situations against a lot of these flankers, it can completely shut them down, right? That stun is enough for 1 to 2 headshots from the RX-78, which is just a huge chunk of damage. That is really actually a high damage shoot if you can land your shots, and that can just completely shut down the entire flank. It can put you at a 6v5 advantage, and all because you just tried to get even remotely close. But it has got the flexibility of that. It's got the flexibility of being able to shut down the shields, and it's just shown that it is absolutely worthy as a pick within this tournament so far, as clearly it hasn't even lost a single game.
Yeah, they have been absolutely dominant, and I was so surprised that in the winners finals that they were able to take that win, the 2-0, in such a dominant fashion. We talk about it all the time, that it's not a complete tale of the story in a 2-0, but in that 2-0, it definitely was. It was just complete domination coming out from Mafty up against IQ. But like we said, Tekka Dynasty, they've had a day to try and deal with this. They've had, the time to actually look back at the tape. But before we get into that, we have to get into the map picks and bans.
Yeah, and as we're getting to map picks and bans, everybody do just note that there's a poll for your MVP, for your Satoris Tabletop Gaming MVP on the actual Twitch chat. So be sure to vote, because I know there's going to be a lot of strong opinions. We've had amazing play from so many different players. I feel like we've had more MVPs today than almost any other event that we've had so far. But as we get into these picks and bans, we do have to remember, again, just as a reminder, a very quick reminder, this is a 3 out of 5 set. So things are going to go slightly different with the picks and bans. We are going to have the chance to see potentially up to 5 maps, and we are going to start off by banning Quarry.
Yeah, Quarry was our most played map so far throughout this tournament, throughout Celestial Assault, but it's getting banned out along with Harbor City. So I feel like both teams really kind of want to avoid Quarry, because we've noticed that teams are having difficulty trying to really get that first plan and trying to get that first Mega Charge off. And so I agree with the Quarry pick. I feel like that's the huge hurdle that a lot of teams are facing off against. But now that leaves Colony Trading Post as our first.
Let's go! Grand Finals! I love these teams. They must have that for the fun factor. It has to be. It has to be. Nobody's come close to first picking it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, teams. That is going to make us very happy. The first time we're going to see it on broadcast here.
Yeah, so we got Quarry, the destruction map, getting banned now first, but Colony Trading Post, the other destruction map, being picked up. Now, Thermal Plant actually getting picked up by Tekka Dynasty is actually quite surprising here. But I feel like, you know, they got some pretty good exercise, some pretty good warm-up in that last best of 3. They might know something that maybe they feel like they can really utilize the double brawler up against the up against Arrow's RX-78. You know, he might not be able to get the same kind of value up against that counter dive, because there's so many more angles for Nox and for Gasman to try and approach fights.
Oh, yeah, especially with the verticality. You know, if you can approach to nearly point blank with vertical movement, then you're not going to have time to land the hyper hammer. It's just actually impossible. But I do like the fact that we are going to be seeing, okay, actually, we're going to be seeing Underground Command Center coming up next. I like the fact that we're going for some closer range maps. We've seen the strength of Tekka Dynasty to brawl, right? They're really, really strong at these close-up brawls. They've done their best, I think, so far on a lot of these domination maps. Underground Command Center, it has a huge kind of first area to it, but then it can be a pretty tight fight, and then we're going to move into Flag Fort.
Yeah, the decider will be Mountain R&D if it goes to map number 5. The big question is, will it even go past map number 3? Mafty has been so dominant throughout the last 2 days. We'll see if they can put an end to it at at Underground Command Center. But I love the pickups coming out from Team Mafty. You know, they go for Colony Trading Post and for Underground Command Center. They don't want to go for the complete brawlies style. They want to play on a lot of these maps where you have fallback positions on the defense. I feel like their counter dive is so strong, really off the back of the play coming out from Arrow, but also David has been a standout Sazabi that he's really been able to go toe-to-toe with the rest of the Sazabis in our lobbies.
Yeah, Sazabi's in the lobby. That's a good rhyme. But yeah, no, David, it really coming out as one of the MVPs for me, I think, of the team. But like I said, every single player on that team has basically had MVP moments very easily throughout, even just a few matches that we've seen from them. But we are, of course, going to be starting on Colony Trading Post, which I'm very excited for. I feel like I can't talk about that enough. We've been waiting this entire tournament, both days, for somebody to finally get there. It's been the decider match for a few different sets, but we've never gotten to that actual game 3. And they're going to be starting off here, and this is a map that, again, you know, we saw it a lot in the official Gun Evo tournament, but I don't know how a lot of these teams are going to be playing on this map.
Yeah, and this one plays out so differently to Quarry, right? Because the waypoint isn't in the way towards Plant A and Plant B. On Quarry, you have to fight for that initial waypoint. You have to try and burn down the clock there. But because of the 2-lane nature of how the spawn works for the offense, they can basically just skirt around and get that waypoint for free. It's so hard to defend it, I feel like, because again, that run back over towards the plants is so long. So I don't know exactly how this is going to work out. I'm really excited to see how this one actually pans out.
Oh, me as well. But for anybody who's not as familiar with the map, it is a lot closer to Ministry of Defense, which was the map that we took out of the map pool for Colony Trading Post, where, you know, just like Jamerson said, there are so many different like paths that you can take to that first point that you don't need to get the waypoint. And if you commit too many people defending the waypoint, then people can just walk to the point and just take it for free. And then once that's done, it becomes a very close range underground map where you get a lot lot of these really close-up fights. You're going to have really strong strengths with a lot of the melee suits. I've seen, especially trying to get that second waypoint, we've seen a lot of Barbados do very well. But again, we'll see how these teams actually choose to play it. The biggest one for me, the biggest question for me, which we've already talked about, is how are these teams going to choose to defend the very first point? Will they commit any of their team to defending the waypoint? Will they just give it up and just decide to hold on point like we've seen a lot of people do in Ministry of Defense? Or will they decide to split up and then back up when they need to and just make sure there's no like sneaky caps on the waypoint? It's a big mystery, and I'm super pumped to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I expect for the initial defense to really want to try and prioritize the high ground plant site, because the rotation down is a lot easier than the rotation up. You leave yourself very vulnerable if you try to go from A to B instead of B to A. B to A is a much quicker rotation. So I kind of expect to see teams really playing off that high ground instead. But again, there are just so many angles that are cut off. The brawlers will be able to basically get in, and basically you won't know they're on top of you until contact is made, the way that this map is designed in the first half. So I feel like for Tekka Dynasty, even though this was a pickup, I believe this was the pick of Mafty, I think this kind of works in the favor of Tekka Dynasty.
It can, for sure. It's such a weird map though, that like a lot of things that I feel like maybe I assume about other maps might be slightly wrong. Like, you know, like you mentioned, I think holding the top site is going to be way more important on that first point, not only because the rotation is easier to get downwards, but there are a bunch of grates in the roof that look directly down onto the bottom bomb site there in the very first bomb site. And that means that if you're sitting there trying to plant, you have to guess like, am I gonna have to look up here? Or am I gonna have to look up here? Or am I have to look back beyond the bomb? Or am I have to look behind me? Like, there's just so many different angles that can be held there. And I know that if you do plant there as the offense, you oftentimes just take the defensive hold on top on the roof as well, just because they have to push all the way to the roof to try to take you out. And by the time they're done doing that, they have to go back down, and then it just becomes an even more of a time waster. So the first point on here can be very hard to attack if you don't get that full team wipe, especially if they're holding that top zone.
Yeah, so now the big question is, are we going to see Arrow still on the RX-78? I mean, I understand that, you know, the pickup for it is great in the Suzabi fights, of course. It is fantastic with the Hyper Hammer, also with the value that you get if you get the double dive coming out. But, you know, for Tekka Dynasty, they don't have to commit into that. I mean, we're seeing, of course, for Tekka Dynasty, that they are its squad, and a lot of their players have a lot of depth in their pool. I mean, we've seen Nox, like you've mentioned before, play so many different units, like Gasman as well. We've seen him pick up the turn A's. And so it's not just a one-note team. So Tekka Dynasty can approach this in multiple ways.
Yeah, as far as the RX-78, you know, we were talking earlier about the flexibility of that G maneuver, and the especially the first bomb site here, it's one of those sites where you can actually completely cover both bomb sites with one single explosion from that G maneuver by just placing it on the opposite one than the enemy, right? So if they're planting above, you can place it below. If they're planting below, you can place it above, and they're not going to have that clear line of sight to it, and it actually just completely covers that, stops all the disarm, stops the planting if you know you're the one defending. So I really do like that G maneuver for this map a lot. Also, once you get inside, there are a lot of angles that you can throw it that are very, very hard to deal with, especially with the closing doors. You know, sometimes you can like throw it down at the ground, the floor comes up and it protects you, you know, the wall, I guess I should say, or you can throw it above because there is the other bomb site, again, very, very close, like within that little like carrier ship. So I just like the uses of that G maneuver on this map. And I also feel like there are a lot of kind of mid-range angles where the exact range that you want for RX-78 is going to be great, but we'll see. We've seen some switches from both of these teams. It looks like it's time to get into this grand finals match here between Team Mafty and Team Tekka Dynasty.
And it's going to be a best of 5. Can Mafty do it in 3, or will Tekka Dynasty send him to the limit? We'll see. And I love that we're starting things off here on Colony Trading Post. Again, I love this map so much. Once it was announced, like I was so happy to actually be able to play inside of a side, inside of a colony. It looks so good. You can even see in the horizon, get the turn up of the horizon. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, oh, it's such a beautiful map. The way that it all just completely curves. You almost feel like people could be shooting at you from above. Like it's almost like a 3D map. It's so sick. But here we go. We are going to see the team comps. We're going to see the gun tank coming out of Team Mafty. There's no way they trolled. No, they got me. They got me there.
I wish, but yeah. It looks like they are going to go for that waypoint. The defensive hold is not quite there. It looks like all they left was quite possibly a turret out from the Metis player, but it is going to be the free waypoint for them. The high ground being held by Arrow, and it looks like, oh boy, this is a surprising pick coming out from them. Enders is here on the high ground with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, the new Gundam, that is super surprising, but nice, great pick there. We are going to see, again, just so much Barbados play throughout the day, but that's already paying off extremely well. Ender's just holding that high ground, trying to pick the robot out of the air, but the entire team is rushing around. Arrow going down, Ender's going down. This is already going to be a plant on the high point here on A.
Oh, Gasman narrowly misses out on that knife, but it looks like the offense will be able to hold quite well. You can see, once again, on that high ground, Infestor has to be careful trying to take the 1v1 up against David, but he does back away. Arrow now swapping on over towards that Zaku 2 range. I don't know if he's going to be able to find an opening here, especially on this first point. As you can see now, they are fighting for a nice little axe to knock them back, but they're going to go ahead and charge forward for Team Mafty. Go for the retake.
And here's the full push. This is their one opportunity here. It's so hard to push this actual spot, but they're moving in almost uncontested. We saw a lot of the team of Tekka Dynasty look down, and we're going to see Azor go down at the very minimum, but Nox is going to be flying around this point, getting picked off very, very quickly. This might actually be the opportunity here for Mafty to get that disarm. They've got just a few more players to pick off here. It looks like we're going to see the flank from the Dom, but it's not going to be enough. Hawklight going down, and this should be a disarm just barely in time.
Really nice progress, though, at the very least. 83.5%. They've got the regroup as well. No one was able to get over towards that waypoint because they had to commit all their resources here. I love that Mafty were able to slowly pick apart that fight, get the picks, get 4 down before they start going for that defuse. But with Gasman going down, they need to wait for the full 6. We'll see if they can try and find a flank angle. But for the hold for Mafty, they've got the Ashamar punch coming up and nothing to answer it on the side of Tekka Dynasty.
Yeah, and Dark Infestor already getting chunked really hard. It's gonna have that healing, but really they're split up right here. And this is, oh wait, was this gonna be an air attack? Oh, I mean, hey, you have perfect accuracy in the air as XCS, so you can use it a little bit as an aerial unit, but didn't quite get that dash attack that it wanted to. And now once again, Nox all the way in the background, but we're actually gonna see a little bit of a split up from Mafty as Arrow is going to manage to make it past this team.
Ooh, Gasman gets up just in time to take out Devotion, but that's going to be a 1-for-1 exchange. Nox dropped down low. Beautiful answer coming out from Mafty. Again, they don't even utilize any of their G maneuvers for this hold. They have the punch, they have the Screaming Nimbus, along with the Hades available for them. On the opposite side, for Tekka Dynasty on their next push, they can try to go forward with that Screaming Nimbus energy cable if they want to. That's actually been a quite potent composition, combo that has been used quite heavily, but it looks like the Trans Am might be popped now as they're going to go. Nox tries to get that plant, but no, Gasman does not run interference. Enders will be able to put a stop to that one.
Yeah, that was a huge commitment from Nox, and it's also going to stagger them even more than they already were. There's only 1 minute left on the clock. They are going to have the relay, so there's 2 different angles they can potentially attack from. You can see Ender's actually just checking both of them from the same spot, but it looks like we're going to see a lot of Team Tekka come in from the relay side, or actually maybe they're rotating around, or they can just come from the sky. That works as well.
Oh boy, Nox is trying to go in with that Trans Am. Hasn't found anything quite yet as he will get taken out. Nice little peel there for Enders to keep him up on that Pale Rider, as we do have the Screaming Nimbus coming out. 35 seconds remaining here, but they're not finding a clean fight. Hawklight is the only one up. Gasman has to back away off of this one, and now Tekka Dynasty only have 20 seconds to work with to try and get back onto the point.
Yeah, and the relay retaken just makes that so much harder. Azor is going to have an opportunity here to kind of at least get in, but immediately getting melted in the mirror. The axe not fully connecting to get rid of that shield, and we need somebody to get on point right now. But David holding this forward position says, you cannot get past me. You cannot even attempt this, and that looks like that's going to be round 1 with a nearly full hold on the side of Team Mafty. There was a few percentage, a pretty good amount of percentage. So if this is a complete full hold from Tekka Dynasty, it's totally doable. See 83% on that first point, but still a hold at point A.
Does Tekka Dynasty want to do anything different when it comes to their defense here? I mean, you can still try to run the double brawler, but I think Arrow now with that Zaku 2 range is doing a great job of just keeping them in check, right? Having that mobility to answer for Nox trying to go into the back line, or at least try to pull them off over towards point A hasn't been working for them. And I feel like it's coming down to, well, just the overall map presence coming out from Mafty, but also Arrow's presence with that Zaku 2 ranged.
Yeah, the Zaku 2 ranged, it's a pick that, you know, I was pretty much gushing about before, but I absolutely love that Zaku 2 ranged. It's also very good, I think, against the double melee, right? We've seen that it can melt melee before the melee even gets to the Zaku. So I don't know what they would, I mean, we could see a turn A. Turn A is amazing on this map. This is such a good turn A map. The butterfly is extremely powerful, and we actually haven't seen like a single turn A today, I think, which is bizarre because we saw it in so many games last tournament and a ton of them yesterday in general, but nobody's going for it in the top 3.
Yeah, I think it comes down to the overall map picks, right? Harbor City, we're definitely going to see some turn A. If we go over to Flag Fort, we're going to see turn A because of how strong it is for breaking those choke points. Right now, I think for the exploration here, teams are still kind of getting used to this map. Right now, though, let's take a look at the offensive setup coming out from Mafty. Arrow is going to stick with that. Nope. Yeah, he's going to stick with that Zaku 2 range. And so he's going to be able to try and answer that mobility of Nox and Gasman once again.
Yeah, and this is going to be, of course, just a suit that can zip around and challenge a lot of different angles that you're not going to be able to expect. It looks like we're going to see a really heavy push towards the relay. No real heavy defense on the side of Tekka Dynasty, just deciding to just hold on to the point. I think that's going to be a common thing that we see for this map in particular. Same thing with Ministry of Defense, but here we go. We've already got this back angle that's being held defensively very well by Tekka D so far.
Yeah, it's just really unfortunate that Zaku 2 range doesn't have verticality. There you can see, though, he is at least pulling some attention away, and he gets the initial pick. Gasman going down. It's a 6v5 now in favor of Mafty. You can see them still taking their time, picking apart this squad as they find one more. That's going to be the Suzabi going down. Now it's the back line with that Ashimar. They are trading a little bit. Finally, Arrow does fall, but Dark Infestor is extremely low, doesn't have the heal enough to get himself back on up, and it's going to be Mafty now with full control.
Yeah, they are going to plant. Let's see where they decide to try and plant. I mean, they're going to at least get an opportunity, and it looks like there's still a few of them sitting up here, not actually planting. Maybe they're waiting for more people to get here, but there we go. It's going to be on B, and like I mentioned, you see those grates that we're standing on top of right now? Those are all perfect sight lines all the way down to the bomb. We're going to have a lot of really high damage units up there. The Unicorn's up there. Ender's, most importantly, up there, is not going to allow people to just easily disarm that bomb. They're going to have to push them up on top.
Importantly, focus is coming up on that punch as well. So all he really needs to do is drop down, punch to try and stop any kind of diffuse, and he just needs to wait to see that actually happening. Nox trying to get into the back line, though, once again, getting into that duel up against Arrow, but the mobility allows him to get out. He is extremely low, though, but he gets topped off with a small health pack here. He needs a little bit more, though, but Nox is putting the focus on Suzabi, but throughout all that, Enders ends up getting the 1-for-1 exchange. 5 seconds, someone needs to touch, but they are not there in time. Finally, trying to go for that defuse, but they get interrupted. Arrow will put a stop to that one. It's going to be Mafty striking first blood on our first map, our first time seeing Colony Trading Post.
Yeah, we honestly barely got to see any of the map. That was such a strong set so far from Mafty. I mean, just game 1 out of 5 potentially. You know, one of their 3 that they need to win, but they just held on so well. I mean, that first plant was really, really strong on the side of Tekka Dynasty, but the fact that, once again, this is something we've seen from Team Mafty time and time again so far in this tournament, is that people, even if they get an opportunity on the offense, like, for example, even on Quarry, when we see the very first, or I'm sorry, on Mountain R&D Lab, not Quarry, where they get the first plant, or oh my, Underground Command Center. There's so many maps that we've seen them on. They get the first plant, they take it back, even when it looks like it's impossible to. Even when the team that's attacking gets this really strong defensive hold on the mega charge, they manage to find a way, and that's something that they've just continued to do. And I mean, 86% is great. Usually that's the kind of progress that you want, even if you don't end up getting the actual explosion of the mega charge. But the offense was also just even more solid from the side of Mafty to just barely break past that point.
Yeah, and it looked like, you know, they were very methodical in how they wanted to approach this, right? They had won out that team fight really with what, maybe 20 seconds before they actually got the Mega Plant down. So it looks like they were deciding, hey, do we want to go for A or do we want to go for B? Making that ultimate decision to go for A was so strong. I love it because it gives a lot more space for Arrow to work with, right? We saw that how without that verticality, he wasn't able to kind of have the same presence, but just overall being there with that Zaku 2 range and then being basically enabled by being able to play around that objective, Arrow got a lot more value.
Yeah, that can be such a strong suit defensively on that particular spot because you can just hide behind corners, you can hide behind walls, and the moment that somebody comes over and starts disarming, you can just pop out and just melt them with, like I mentioned, I think the highest DPS suit in the entire game as far as just going for primary fires, except for, I guess, Gym Sniper. And then you just melt them, and then you use your invincibility, and you walk away, and the next person that tries, it's like you have to fully hunt down the Zaku 2 range, and fully hunting down a Zaku 2 range is so difficult. It is such a slippery suit, and overall it was just a pick that worked out really well. The new Gundam, we saw it for one single life, didn't work out as well as maybe it was supposed to, but I'm glad that at least we saw new Gundam on Colony Trading Post, right? Even if it was just a little bit of both.
yeah, just double dipping there into all the new content for us at this point. But yeah, that is Mafty taking map number 1, and I believe what we're going to thermal plant, or yeah, thermal plant for map number 2, if I'm correct.
Yeah, it was Thermal Plant or Mount R&D in my mind. So I just remembered it was a domination map, but I think you're right that it was Thermal Plant. I know that we're going to Underground Command Center for number 3, but they had picked a lot of maps, so we'll try to get confirmation on that. But regardless, I mean, the fact that we're going to a domination is going to be very, very different. That's a game type that I think we've seen Tekka Dynasty do extremely well on, that's really excelled in those kind of close range fights, a lot because they are so infamous now for having that double brawler type of team and not always having an Ashmar, for example. So I think when they get to these maps, either of these maps, they are going to be able to really pull off some really cool stuff.
Yeah, but going into Thermal Plant now, with the trump card being shown with Arrow on that Zaku 2 range, we got to see Profi actually put it to good use as well on that specific map. So now the threat is once again in the mind of Tekka Dynasty. How are we going to deal with Arrow on this Zaku 2 range, who was getting immense value? Well, on a map that I guess we might not be as familiar with, but still going over to Thermal Plant, it wasn't the cleanest of matches that Tekka Dynasty had on that one. So first surprised that they ended up picking that one up, but also now with Arrow picking up that Zaku 2 range really throws a wrench in the works.
Yeah, so is Arrow just like a huge fan of like original Gundam? I feel like Arrow needs to pick up Sazabi, and then you kind of get the like perfect trifecta of like Char's and Amuro Ray's like suits, and it's such an interesting set of suits to play, right? We've seen the RX-78, we've seen the Zaku 2 ranged, we've seen now the new Gundams just for a moment, but it is an interesting set of suits to be able to play. I wonder if Arrow actually is just like a fan of some of like the OG Gundam stuff, but it's really cool to have that level of like multiple suits that we don't see all that often, as opposed to, you know, just like seeing like, okay, yeah, like Nox plays a lot of meta suits, which obviously is really strong, but it's cool to see like multiple niche options from one person.
Yeah, having like alternate Sentry or universal Sentry, right? The face off there. But I'm glad that, having the RX-78, having the new Gundam, having Zaku 2 ranged all in play. I mean, we were talking about and really celebrating how the meta has been kind of in flux, and it's not just one set in stone kind of composition that we saw like in the past, or one unit that's like just absolutely dominating. We're seeing so many different roles, so many different suits being able to find their time in the light, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah. So far, the only suit that we've seen a 100% pick rate is Dom. And the way that Dom wins is not like, oh yeah, Dom is just running the entire match. It's just so good at doing everything and supporting the team in key moments. So that just seems to be super cool to me. And the fact that we've been seeing a lot of wins even without Ashmar, which is, I would say, probably the second highest pick rate. We have seen now, especially from Tekka Dynasty, so many wins without it. We've seen, just this level of flexibility. We've seen almost every suit in the game right now. I'm trying to think, we haven't seen Mihiru, which is unfortunate because Mihiru actually can be pretty scary right now. What other suits have we not seen at all? Because I feel like we've seen pretty much all of them. Guntank,
Marasai, and Guntank.
That's weird that we haven't seen Marasai. Okay, I get no Mihiru, I get no Guntank, but Marasai is strong, and I think that actually Gasman plays Marasai as well. So that's a surprise to me. I still think that suit's really strong.
Yeah, and Jim, I believe, is the other one that
Oh,
we
yeah.
haven't seen so far as well. But I mean, in the face of a Sazabi, I don't know if you really want to try and play that kind of off tank into it. But maybe Arrow ends up picking it up for us.
Yeah, that's actually true too. We've got a lot of options for Arrow. Arrow, you have to show us all of the like OG suits that we don't see from anybody else. But no, I'm really glad that we're seeing the Zaku 2 ranged. It is putting in a lot of work, and it's going to continue to put in a lot of work, I think, on pretty much most of the other maps that we're going to see, unless this goes to be a really long set, which it very much could be. That wasn't the like a complete stomp. It wasn't a complete stomp at all. The fact that there was an 85% on that first point is like pretty close, especially on a newer map like that. So we could go a little bit longer within this set. Again, of course, it's going to be 3 out of 5. But I feel like the Zaku 2 melee is actually going to be a really solid choice for most of them. So will the RX-78 though. Really good on especially Thermal Plant.
Yeah. Again, like you said, just being able to cover the entire point, whichever one you're fighting at, A, B, or C, with that super napalm, but also having that peel ability with the hyper hammer up against the face of double brawler that it looks like Tekka Dynasty still want to try and run with. We'll see if maybe they make a swap themselves. Again, Nox has proven that he does have a deep mobile suit pool, and so he can make the change if they want to, but they have found a lot of success with it, so I don't really see them swapping off on it, especially on Thermal Plant. Like we said, double brawler, extremely strong. We got to see how good it is, being that consistent threat. Gasman being enabled by Nox, Nox enabling, or Gasman enabling Nox as well in that regard, so it's kind of like a feedback loop in that regard when it comes to those two units.
Yeah, it is. But the coordination between them has been really cool. So I'm really enjoying that they've actually been sticking a lot more with just their kind of core to melee throughout the end of this bracket a little bit more. And it's good to see. We'll see if they end up doing it here. We are here on Thermal Plan. We are going to see the double melee pick. And on the side of Arrow, which is a little bit more of the question, we are going to see, oh wait, no Arrow. Was there a switch out?
Profi coming in for Arrow here, but that means we still get to see our Zaku 2 ranged regardless, and so that's going to be their answer against the double brawler that Nox and Gasman, the Bash brothers, coming in for Tekka Dynasty. It's going to be point C unlocking first. You can see now the volleys coming out. The first knock, Nox is going down. Casino has been such a monster across multiple tournaments now on that Dom.
Oh yeah, you gotta love watching Casino, but here we go. This is a huge brawl. We've got 3 suits down on both sides now. One of them's coming back up for the side of Mafty, but this has just been absolutely trade and trade. Even Casino and Dark Infestor actually literally trading 1 for 1 at the exact same time. Casino getting picked back up, though, that is going to be huge. David here is going to be able to help push through this little choke point. We've got 4 members up now from Mafty, going to be able to continue to hold on to the C point pretty solidly.
Yeah, it's going to be a rotate over to point B as well. That's our next spot, but this is an awkward transition, right? Going from C to B is a much different case than you would go from A to B. And so we'll see if Tekka Dynasty want to just kind of set up for that early on. Gasman in a weird backline fight there. Actually, neither wants any part of that one. A robot on the bottom actually is able to flip the point, and somehow Mafty actually gets off the point and gives that one up for free. So free value coming in for Tekka Dynasty, but you can see now with the re-engage, Asor will go down. Dark Infestor does have that heal pack to keep himself topped off. Gasman finally finds a kill there on to Casino, taking him out, but it's answered 1 for 1. And it looks like for Mafty, they're just going to go for that rotate. They're going to go ahead and get this high ground for Enders, who has been such a dominant force on the Pale Rider.
Yeah, same thing with Focus as well on the Ashmar, and they are just already in the perfect position. Those are probably the suits, along with probably the Casino Dom, that you're going to really want to be on the high ground the most, and we are going to see it pretty immediately. But Nox all the way in the back line, we can see Focus and Profi both getting some takedowns here. Robot and Gasman both going down, but they're just not going to have enough players here, I think, to challenge this high ground. Casino is eventually going to go down. That might be their opportunity to make a push, but Asor as well getting taken down in the mirror by David, but Profi holding that front door. And it's like I said, I love seeing these tight angles being held by the Zaku 2 ranged.
Yeah, he's got that heat axe ready to use if they try to push through it, but he's not even going to need that for now. There we go. The axe finally comes in. He finds one onto a robot, and that's Gundam Unicorn going down. Focus is still here on the high ground, though, looking to test as the fight goes kind of almost maybe in the favor of Tekka Dynasty. They do end up losing out on the trade ultimately there. Gasman not able to find enough for his squad. We're going to be going over to point A for our next spot.
Yeah, they just immediately have to go over. There's not enough time for them to get any sort of significant advantage here, and it does look like we're going to see most of the entire team of Tekka Dynasty already at A in a good position, but A doesn't have a significant high ground, right? Even if you're getting in position, you're mostly in position on your own sides. This is not as much of an advantage as going to B or C early, and here we go. The Hades immediately getting popped by Enders. Super aggressive, melting about half of the HP of multiple of their suits. That is going to be Astor going down, and in the back, the G maneuver from Devotion from that ultimate, or sorry, that unicorn is going to be so much damage, just catching so many of the members running away from that Ender's Hades and just melting them.
How often do you see that? A Pale Rider frontline engaging the fights. Typically, you know, it's like, oh, you're still going to sit in the back line, but no, he is there in the front. A robot does end up taking out David, though, and now Dark Infestor wants to try and counter-engage. We do have the Hades being popped here, but the smoke screen keeps Profi alive, but not for long throughout that Hades. Dark Infestor getting a lot of value off of this one. 90%, though, picked up by Mafty, and so we will be going over to point C.
Ooh, yeah, and a robot getting picked back up. We're going over to point C, but there's still 30 seconds left. I think there is a somewhat of a chance that we could see a repush on the side of Mafty here. It does look like they're going to be going for at least one more small push onto this zone, get a little bit more percentage. I mean, hey, with what they've got, actually, if they took this fast enough, they could have potentially won on A as the other team rotated away, just because they have 90%. But we're going to trade 1-4. Nox is going to go down. Nox is going to come back up, actually, and we're going to see actually most of the KOs coming out of the side of Tekka Dynasty as it switches over to point C.
Yeah, I think for Mafty there, they were just trying to bait out some G maneuvers, right? Because they had to go in completely dry. They were trying to maybe bait out something, but for Tekka Dynasty, it was really good discipline coming out from them. Not a single one popped, and so they will have the funnels. They will have the Unicorn ultimate, which is extremely strong here, along with the Trans Am. They're going to pop the funnels. They're going to pop all three, actually, to try and take this fight, and so the desperation, you can smell it there for Tekka Dynasty. They end up cleaning up basically a clean fight. Nox does end up going down, but he'll be able to get back into the thick of things extremely fast, especially with the pickup from Hawklight. So point C unlocks, and that's going to be Tekka Dynasty taking it. Mafty, though, now will have the power advantage. They've got the Axe. They've got the David coming back as well. 82% now towards the funnels, but Casino, he can open things up with the Screaming Nimbus.
Yeah, this might all come down to Casino here. I mean, the Axe is going to be a little bit, but here we go. The Screaming Nimbus popped on the side of Casino. How many knocks can we get? Profi actually taking out 2 players, probably with the damage of that Screaming Nimbus. 3 players. David also picking up Gasman. That is going to be the majority of Team Tekka Dynasty going down. Nox is going to avoid that for a little bit, but you need to be there to step on point, and that is probably going to be the round here for Team Mafty. The coordination between Casino and Profi there was incredible.
And again, we have to reiterate the value that you get off of a Screaming Nimbus. That was almost what, 2 G maneuvers for the 3 on the side of Tekka Dynasty, but all you really needed was that Screaming Nimbus. It does so much, right? You're not able to really play off the position that you want to as that Gundam Unicorn. Even though you pop it, you're not getting that same value. You're forced away from a lot of the choke points that you really want to try and spam those shots down from. And so it looked like it was just absolutely shut down.
Yeah, that was the perfect timing to have up those G maneuvers. And I think that game in particular, well played by both teams for sure. That was a close one, but I think that really all came down to your resource management. As far as your G maneuver management, there were a lot of fights where a lot of G maneuvers were popped, and maybe not all of them needed to be popped. And maybe that was on both sides, right? But it all came down to the fact that just the specific ones were up at a specific time for that final point.
And did you look at the damage charts there? I believe 5 out of the 6 members of Mafty actually over 10k damage, while on the Tekka Dynasty squad side, it was only 2 out of the 6. So we're seeing that Mafty, again, just great contribution across the board from almost every single member of that team. As we get into the second round, we are going to be starting off once again here on point C. Profi looking for that backline flank, but he has been spotted out early on. But again, the mobility of the Zaku 2 ranged is unmatched. Casino gets that first knock, and that's the disruption. Dark Infestor try to deal with it, but Nox is trying to find Profi in the backline. Smokescreen to get out. Gasman ends up chasing him down to take him out.
But it does seem like Focus manages to get away just barely at 1 HP from like 3 people chasing him. Oh no, Nox not able to quite get up and then misses the E-dash. That's really unfortunate. Nox getting trapped a little bit below that bridge. Maybe not able to help out in that fight quite as much as they want. Focus is going to take the very high ground above the door, but get focused out because you have 0 cover up there. So what can you do? But this is first going to go to Tekka Dynasty, and they are probably going to get the hold here for at least a little bit. Devotion going down. Probably is going to be here, but not going to be enough people, I think, to push for the retake. They're probably going to just move over to point B.
Yeah, Hawklight gets that pickup onto a sword, bringing him back into things with 15 seconds remaining. You really don't want to push into a team that is holed up there. You can see the setup coming out from the Dom players as well. And so you can easily end up losing out on an entire unit because of a triple stack. And with this early rotate out, Enders ends up picking up Dark Infestor. Now, there's still plenty of time for him to regroup with this squad. You can see 30 seconds before the point unlocks here on point B.
Yeah, and it looks like a lot of the side of Tekka Dynasty is trying to push through this ramp again, but that is such a choke point, especially against a team that has a lot of AoE damage like Team Mafty. So I'm not sure if that's exactly the route they want to go. We've seen that before. It did not go super well. They are going to be pushing several different angles, and oh, that's a nice little bit of a chunk from Dark Infestor. That might be their cue to go in, and they are going to be now pushing this entire high ground. We see the G maneuver activated from Devotion. Let's see if we can get some chunks from this old Unicorn G maneuver.
Oh boy, they end up picking up 3 with Hawklight only on the side of Tekka Dynasty going for that trade. Beautiful, beautiful fight coming out from Mafty here. And we'll go ahead and get that point as soon as it unlocks. Profi tries to go straight into spawn to disrupt them, but that's all he's doing, playing disruption. He is so close to that Heat Hawk axe once again. We saw him playing super close to the door last time he had it here on the point, and that's what he can do once again. Maybe see him actually wrap around. You can see, yeah, now he is putting the focus on the side lanes, which is where Tekka Dynasty is trying to approach from.
Yeah, this is starting to be a really close match. I'm really liking this. I think the overall approaches have changed pretty considerably. These teams are starting to feel each other out a little bit more. Gasman getting melted a little bit by Profi. Yeah, you just cannot chase Zakutu range. It's like impossible. I mean, you can chase for a while, but you're not going to win that fight. And so that's just a weird fight, completely on a different angle than the rest of that. They're in point A. What was that?
It's going to be a Sazabi for a Sazabi exchange, but you can see focus without having to contend with another Ashmar. He has complete aerial supremacy for his squad, and so he's going to be able to pick up 2. And I love how Mafty has basically kind of divided up these fights, right? Profi, he doesn't have to be the complete backliner. As long as he has at least one of the brawlers attention, that allows them to basically not be able to enable each other, right? We were talking about how Nox and Gasman work well together, hand in hand. That coordination is fantastic. With Profi, he takes one of those out of the equation, but here goes a robot now. Screaming Nimbus is going to get popped. The robot is not getting the value quite yet. Nox in the back line, though, does find one at the very least, but it's Casino with the Screaming Nimbus coming in with the backup of Profi as well. Points he unlocks. It is Tekka Dynasty, though, that have control over it.
Yeah, just for a moment, though, the retake is quick. I think there was just Dark Infestor on the bottom side that managed to let them get that little bit of a first take. However, that did end up in the form of a stagger, which is unfortunate. And yeah, that Casino G maneuver, as usual, the Screaming Nimbus on reaction to the popping of another G maneuver. They just hear that sound, and Casino's like, okay, it's time. And it just goes so well. Completely wasted the Unicorn G maneuver. We're seeing already Tekka moving into position for point A, but once again, you can't get that dominant of a position just by moving in.
It's cross map. The rotations are coming out. Gasman looking for that flank, but it's Casino finding the first knock onto Nox. Doesn't look like the sword actually connects there for Gasman, but he ends up taking out Enders, and that's going to be 3 more coming in. Casino, though, a one-man army on the Dom. He does not heal enough off that pack. Gasman will finish him off. For Tekka, they ended up, utilizing, I think, 3 G maneuvers in that fight, but luckily for them, they'll have Hawklight, who has that Screaming Nimbus, along with the funnels coming in for his source. So 2 beautiful G maneuvers to utilize to try and hold this one down. Point A will unlock, and that's Tekka taking it.
Yeah, and we know that Enders has this G maneuver. Same thing with Devotion. Oh, and actually, they're going to see them all pop at the same time. Hawklight's a little bit too low to use the Screaming Nimbus. Might just get picked off. Decides maybe to save it for a different moment. That's probably a smart choice, but that is going to be a huge majority of Team Tekka Dynasty going down right here, especially with the addition of that Flame Grenade coming out of focus. That is going to be a complete retake. There's only 5 seconds left, or 5% left. I don't know if anybody can get back in time. The Screaming Nimbus might go completely unused, and it looks like nobody will be back in time. Maybe that wasn't a smart choice. There maybe have been the assumption that somebody could make it back, whether it be Nox, whether it be just any other high mobility options, you know, could have been Gasman, but in the end, seeing them go down completely with an unused Screaming Nimbus is for sure painful.
You pointed it out, he was so low. Despite the armor that you get, it doesn't mean you're invulnerable. You can still get taken out. That armor only goes so far, and so it was really unfortunate that he was down to maybe, what, 200 HP overall there? You pop it, you get another maybe 600. It's just not enough to really get the full value off that Screaming Nimbus. So really unfortunate that they weren't able to utilize that, but we did get to at least see some fight coming in for Tekka Dynasty, but that does mean that we are at a 2-0. Now we have Mafty sitting on match point.
Yeah. I mean, it's looking better as time goes on, which again is really the story of Team Tekka Dynasty in general. It's looking better and better for them as time goes on. They're still playing their really interesting strategy. I love that we got to see the POV of Nox for a while, who was just not in the team fight. Like, Nox was just sitting behind a wall waiting for a moment, and it worked out. You know, it did end up working out. They did manage to get that point, so they are playing their consistent style. They're probably not going to be switching all that much, especially considering the fact that next we're going to be moving to Underground Command Center, where I think, just aside from maybe the very first point of this, you know, just capturing the relay, I should say, not even the first point, you get some longer range battles, but aside from that, I feel like they can go double melee for most of this map, and I think they're just going to stick with it. I think that having Nox on the Ashmar could be a benefit for a lot of the points here, but so can we've actually seen him win a match here on the second set of bombs by going Exia, sneaking over the map, and that's the reason why they're even still here. So I think we're probably just going to see them all stick with most of the same suits for the rest of this set in general.
Yeah. Now the big question, though, because it is Underground Command Center, though, will we quite possibly be seeing that Jim Sniper pickup coming out from either side? We saw Nox play it. I don't know if we actually got to see Mafty pick that one up. You have to imagine, of course, with how deep their pool seems to be, with Profi, with Arrow, being able to swap in and out, they might be able to pick that one up. And so I don't know if you're going to want to run Double Bruiser into that, especially on the open sight lines, basically, of that first waypoint.
Yeah, well, we did see Enders go the Gym Sniper in, I think it was on Harbor City at the very minimum. I think we might have seen two maps where Enders went Gym Sniper. The problem is Mafty has won so many of their matches so fast that it's hard to remember who chose what. But I know for sure that Enders, again, is incredibly strong. I think I said like a great left clicker, which again, I say that as a compliment for sure. One of the great ones that we've seen today. We've seen a lot of really strong Gym Sniper players. So the option's definitely there, but also, I mean, Enders, Pale Rider is so good too, and we've seen Pale Rider be completely a fine choice to kind of play that role even on this first push towards the relay, towards the waypoint on Underground Command Center. So it really could go any direction. I do really like, though, the Gym Sniper for the first portion of the attack on this level. You know, just you can get that pick. We actually did see, it might have been Amaro who got the first pick with the Gym Sniper and then just literally ran back into base, switched off, went back to Pale Rider, and then moved forward again, which I think works really, really well on this particular map. So we'll end up seeing what they pick. But yeah, double melee actually here on defense could be a little bit scary, or on offense for this first little push.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about having the double brawler, especially in the Exia Barbados, is that they can consistently contest for that high ground if they want to, make sure that a Gym Sniper, if they want to try and hold that position, well, it's not going to be free for them. They have to be under consistent threat. But Enders has been so aware. There was a moment in that matchup when we were on point B, I believe. He preempted a dive and threw out that EMP grenade before the dive even happened. And I believe it was Gasman coming in with that knife. As soon as that knife hit the ground, I believe the nade was already out of his hand. Enders ends up, Gasman ends up showing up on screen and then going for the dive, and it lands right on him. It was the prediction was so great coming out from him. So Enders is like easily becoming one of my MVPs for this match. Initially, before this match started, I wanted to say it was going to be Casino, but Enders has been doing such a fantastic job.
Yeah, this team is just not fair. Like choosing an MVP for this team, I'm telling you, just not fair. Like we've seen amazing moments from Casino, we've seen amazing moments from Enders, we've seen amazing moments from David, we've seen amazing moments from Focus. We've seen I'm just literally naming their entire team. Like we've just seen every single person on their team. I mean, Profi, Arrow. Now they've got 7 people that we've seen MVP moments from. That's not fair. You at least stick to 6 if you're going to make it this difficult. But yeah, we just completely a solid all around team, and that's what we've seen from a lot of the previous champions in these previous events, you know, whether it be Halloween Havoc, or which I believe was Bozos, or whether it be Gundam's Grace, where we saw the Team Sucky Vacuums win. A lot of the key points of these teams is that they don't have any sort of big weakness, right? There's nothing that you can take advantage of with these teams. They're just all so solid. Every single player is an MVP, and they coordinate like they're all MVPs. So you just can't find a crack in that armor, and that's what we've seen so far in this set. Although Tekka Dynasty is getting closer and closer, I feel like if this set was like a 7-game set or a 9-game set, which of course would be unbelievably long and ridiculous, that if that happened, Tekka Dynasty would just have a better and better chance of taking the entire thing as the time goes on. But they don't have that much time is the problem. They've now only got 1 game, 0 games of leeway, right? They have to win every single game from here on out.
Yeah, they need a reverse sweep. That's the only way here in this best of 5. But we are going over to a Mafty map pick. And, you know, like the way the first map went, it was pretty dominant in the favor of Mafty as well, when we have a different objective. But now it's so difficult, right, for them because like you said, it feels like they're getting closer and closer. They're getting closer to that eureka moment to figure out how to break the Mafty defensive line. But I don't know if you really can at this point. Mafty have been doing such a fantastic job. Like we said, every single player has had their moment, but it just seems like it's the cohesion as overall. It's not just the individual plays, the overall team cohesion. They are one of the best teams at bending when it comes to a defensive hold and being able to give enough space to basically entrap the teams that are trying to make a push onto them. We'll see, though, as we go on for this next map. Will they be able to end it in 3, or will we go to a map number 4?
Yeah, and it's very important to remember too that this is the first event of not only the Breakout Series 2023 season, but the first event of the Pilot Academy. So despite the fact that, of course, everybody's trying to win right here, this is just a great time for these teams to learn. Of course, you want to be the champion, and we're going to see Team Mafty push for that as we're going to enter Game 3 of this grand final set, as they're pushing to take it 3-0. But like I was saying, these teams, even if they don't win this entire tournament, what they gain out of it, aside from these points, is the experience for the rest of this series. And here we go. We are going to see the defense already getting positioned. Oh, I'm sorry. The defense already pushed back. The offense already capturing that relay, and that is going to be Team Tekka Dynasty on that offense. So whatever they're doing, it's working.
Yeah, so they do actually have Nox swapping off on to that Gym Sniper. Arrow is back in once again for Profi, but he ends up going down. Now, that is the RX-78. They still have a lot of tools to utilize here to try and slow things down, but they're not going to have that Hyper Hammer for the Suzabi duels. Looks like Asor will get healed up as Hawklight finds one more. That's Focus going down.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's hard to tell exactly how this all started, but this is looking to be one of those like death ball runs, which we've seen so many times here on this level, where you immediately take the relay, you immediately take the first bomb plant, and it's just, for the first time, it looks like Team Mafty is really on the back foot, not able to deal with this level of aggression. I mean, they're getting some picks here, which is really nice, but the positioning from Team Tekka Dynasty is looking really strong to be able to hold this.
Yeah, they are very close to the energy cable, but they end up losing out on Gasman. That's one more pick, too, as a robot ends up falling here. Mafty like to take their time to clear out their angles before they go for this, but here it is. Arrow coming back. He will ultimately go down. Nox picks up 2, but he should be going down in the face of David. He'll be able to body block while the defuse goes down. So Mafty keeps this one alive here on the first point. 69.6%. picked up by Tekka Dynasty, and they do maintain position over this waypoint. Gasman looking for the flank, but he has been spotted out.
Yeah, and Nox apparently did start off on this Gym Sniper, has the G maneuver, just popped it right now, so I'm assuming that this is going to be a switch off after this, but still just wanting to use that. It is a pretty powerful G maneuver, especially when you're sneaking around in this building here. Gasman going down, going to get the auto revive from the... Nope, it actually gets closed out. The Meth's not able to get that quite. Looks like we're going to go for the plant from Nox, but gets clipped from behind. Focus in the air. Not an angle that you expect, and that was not a full plant.
Oh boy, they end up losing out on 3 more. So back to the drawing board for Tekka. They do have a few G maneuvers to utilize here, and it does look like Nox is actually staying on this Gym Sniper for now, but it's just that maybe one pick potential off that waypoint. He can still swap off if he wants to. Now they do have the energy cable, and that's going to be the only G maneuver available for them. Hawklight fortunately does not have that Screaming Nimbus. It's going to be David. He's got the funnels. They've got the Hades along with the energy cable for Mafty for this hold. And now there's only 1 minute 30 seconds left for Tekka.
Yeah, and Nox just sticking on the Gym Sniper. That's so surprising to me. I mean, you can get some shots down these hallways, but with the ability to play Exia, that just seems like a strange choice. That can be such a strong suit in this spot. It looks like a lot of this team. Okay, we're going to see some G maneuvers here. That was the punch coming out, and this is going to be every G maneuver popped on the side of Mafty, except for that Hades, which is just being built right now. They're really trying to clear this out for this. Yeah, well, this 1 minute mark is going to be a completely empty team. A robot's like, wait a minute, I had a team here a minute ago, and now I don't. I'm going to run away. Forget this.
Yeah, this is just such an awkward state for a robot to be in. I wish he was on the Unicorn, actually, to get a little bit more value. This energy cable has gone largely unused for the last 3 minutes, and so he's been holding on to this one, getting nothing for his squad, unfortunately. And so now, who's his target? He does have the Hades, so it could be a Hades energy cable combo as Gasman tries to go in.
Yeah, it has to be that, and this has to be the moment that matters. The big question here is, can Dark Infestor safely get damage with this Hades, or will he get picked off immediately? There we go, double popped. This is going to have to be all down to Dark Infestor getting every single pick, but Enders is going to go down. The problem is Enders was so far away from the rest of the team, they're going to immediately push in for this plant. Casino's going to go down as well, just in time, but so many of the planters went down as the counter. That wasn't only 2 people down for 2 G maneuvers is maybe not enough. The plant didn't go down. So much of Team Tekka Dynasty is down, and only 10 seconds left.
And you can see why the approach that Mafty takes when it comes to a lot of these plants is to just make sure you clear out all the threats first. Casino just peeks around the corner, takes out the planter, and then just backs away. And so TK end up going it down here without, only about 70%, I believe, picked up in overall progress. It's 69.6. And so the goal post is here. Can Mafty do this in 3 maps?
Oh, it's looking pretty good. This is a very much a reminiscent round from the very first one of this set, where we saw a little bit more, about 84%, right, overall coming out on that first capture, on that first, explosion on the Colony Trading Post. But the problem was then Mafty just made an amazing push in and was able to easily take just that amount of percent. This is going to have to be an incredible hold from the side of Tekka Dynasty. And you can tell that their first push was amazing, right? They just blew through the defensive side of Team Mafty. They pushed all the way through, got the relay, got the first plant within the first few seconds of the game, so much so that we actually almost missed it, but they just weren't able to hold on. And that's been the story so far of Mafty being able to recover better than any other team today. And that might be why they are going to be our champions in one more round if they can keep this up.
And take a look at the damage coming out for Mafty. Well, I said at the beginning, that Casino, definitely one of my highlights, one of my MVPs. Maybe Enders comes in, but Casino proves why, once again, in that last round, why he is one of my MVPs. Not only stopping that plant, but basically winning it at the end for the team, but also top damage for his squad. But here we go. We're going to see the Nox pickup of that Gym Sniper, but there's no sniper in response for Mafty.
Yeah, let's see if they end up needing it. We've seen the counter to the sniper without needing one on this map several times. We're going to immediately see the axe to move forward with the Sazabi. There's a lot of aerial mobility coming out of the side of Team Mafty, so they might just immediately push that top spot. They do, and in fact, the sniper is going to have to run back on the side of Nox. Already so much pressure on this relay.
Oh, Gasman does look like he's AFK. I wonder if he knows that the round has actually started. He's been spotted from behind, but his sword is going to be the first one to fall. Casino overextending just a little bit will end up going down. That's Hawklight picking up 2 for his squad, and he has been top damage on this Dom Trooper for his team, and it looks like enough picks have come across. A robot is able to pick up 1 more onto Devotion here, and even though the waypoint gets picked up, oh no, that might be enough for Mafty to actually reestablish themselves here on the waypoint.
I know every single time it looks like they're fighting from behind, they're not. I don't understand how they recover in every situation so well. They play under pressure unbelievably well. It's the power of being an adult, being an older player. You've dealt with that before. You got to pay rent, but Gasman's going to need to recover. Got to wait a lot of time for this to respawn, and within that time, we might see the plant, although it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a battle just between the lanes here. Dark Infestor is up in a great position to be able to defend this. A lot of these members, though, pushing up onto B, and great explosions from Casino, not direct hits to be able to close out that kill there on Hawklight.
You can see, once again, Mafty are just crossing all their T's, dotting all their I's, although they do have a sword coming in to at least put a stop to it for just a second. Focus. Pros don't fake. He will get rezzed up, but now it's coming down to the defense. Can Tekka get here in time to stop the Mega Charge once again? They're trying their best to body block for it, and the Suzabi might give his life for it. They do end up getting it down once again on points A. They've got the energy cable up. They've got Arrow with the Super Napalm to utilize as well. So many G maneuvers coming online for Mafty to close things out.
Yeah, this Super Napalm is going to be huge. I really want to see where it's thrown, and we can actually see the POV of Arrow right now. It might just get thrown on the point here. There's no line of sight to it, and a throw right here actually could prevent it for the rest of the game. It looks like it's not even going to be used quite yet. There it is, and it looks like it is going to go off a little bit more upstairs just to block a line of sight, but that punch might be the thing that closes this out. Only 2 players left. Can they get the defuse? They cannot, and Mafty will sweep the grand finals 3-0, going undefeated the entire tournament.
Oh man, and again, Mafty just show absolute dominance in their win, but not just dominance. It's a controlled way that they fight, and I love how they take a lot of these points, a lot of the objectives. The way that they approach all these maps has been so refreshing to see.
Yeah, they have absolutely earned that grand champion status here. They had, I think, one of the most dominant showings that we've seen throughout the entire day. And this isn't just a dominant showing of, you know, like we're just doing well as one solid team against other teams that are still trying to kind of figure out everything they're doing. Like, these teams have been really strong. IQ was extremely strong. Team Tekka Dynasty was really strong. Even Bozo's was really strong. And none of those teams could win a game, a single game against Team Mafty, and they showed why they did so well in that previous official Gun Evo tournament. They are for sure the team to beat right now. Their synergy just seems unmatched. You know, I've seen some of those players be talking in chat while the games are happening, and they just seem so chill. They just seem like they're having a good time. I always said, you know, before, I was a huge fan of watching the Powerpuff Girls as a team, and they are still, you know, as half of this team, they're still one of my favorites to watch because every single member on their team is just so strong and so entertaining, and it's just such a pro at the suits that they use.
And like, I was just going back and forth between player and player throughout that last round. Like, who do I want the MVP to be? You know, I started the day with Casino being my overall MVP, but we saw Enders with some great plays. Focus on that map was actually popping off so much with that Ashmar as well. I was just ping-ponging between all the players, and I still can't decide who my MVP is.
I know, it's completely impossible for me. So for anybody who didn't get a chance to vote, I don't know if it's still closing, but we do have several MVPs of the day. Of course, we usually, in these events, we do actually have a crowd-voted MVP. That's the Satoris Tabletop MVP. We've also got the God's Grace MVP, Gundam's Grace MVP. God's Grace was right. That is voted on by the rest of the production, but it's so hard because as we're casting, we have to kind of figure it out ourselves what we want our votes to be, and usually it's just like, it's impossible. And I love that from all of these teams that we've been seeing, because every tournament it's been nearly impossible. Everybody is so good. We had some players last time that maybe were a little bit above, but this time around, I mean, even from some of the teams that we saw go out earlier than even 4th place yesterday, I feel like we had a lot of great MVP moments, which we got to see a lot of those in that sick highlight video that we saw earlier during the break. So this is just nearly impossible to me, honestly.
Yeah, and honestly, it just, does come down to what the developers have been able to do, right? They finally found a nice little balanced state where it doesn't feel like the brawlers are just completely overpowered. We've gotten to a state where a lot of different units, a lot of different positions can really highlight themselves and really stand out amongst the crowd. It's really hard to do when you're Mafty because all 6 players, or well, I guess all 7 players were superstars. We have to even throw Poppy into the mix there for MVP. This is going to be such a hard call.
I know, absolutely impossible. But hey, production, can we get a confirmation that we are good to go on the Satoris MVP? Have the polls closed already? Is there still time left for these players to vote, or are we good to go on it? Because I'm really curious what the actual crowd decided to vote on this time around. You know, I think last time we got a huge amount of players, like a huge amount of fans voting. So I know we had like a lot of Carl Sagan votes. I don't remember who actually won. I think we had Focus winning in Halloween Havoc, I think it was. Actually kind of hard to remember, but let's see it. Do we have it, production? Do we have our Satoris Tabletop Gaming MVP of the day ready?
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember that far back, but it looks like it is going to be Casino. So that makes it even more difficult, right? Because now I have to just decide between the other 6 members of Mafty of who I want to be my MVP.
Well, this makes sense, right? It's got to be Casino. You know why they call him Casino? Because the house always wins.
You don't bet against him.
Yeah, definitely not. No, Casino, absolutely understandable. Hey, everybody's a big fan of Casino. I'm a big fan of Casino too. You know, I think Casino mentioned in one of the surveys before, a bit of an older player. I'm getting older. It's just my birthday, so I appreciate all the older player rep. Please make sure that older players can still be relevant. But I'm curious too. You know, I don't think we heard what the rest of production heard for their MVPs. But one last time, shout out to the Satoris Tabletop Gaming MVP. The Casino, of course, getting that spot, absolutely deserved. But do we have our God's Grace MVP? We're deciding. We're actually deciding live right now. I have 0 vote, production. I have 0 vote. It looks like we might have a little bit of a tie amongst who we have in our production. It's so hard. It's so hard today. We've talked about it a million times, but I think we might have broken the tie. I think actually, but we'll see if we get to that. Casino, though, of course, winning the tournament and winning MVP is a huge deal, because I think we've had a lot of times the MVPs not be the players who actually won the tournament.
Yeah, here's the thing I'll say, right? For sheer camera time that that Tekka Dynasty were able to get, I'd give it to Gasman, because he gave us so many amazing moments, making that lower bracket run because they were sent down earlier on by Mafty. Just sheer off of camera time, I would give it to Gasman. But in the overall performance, what Enders was able to do, I'm giving it to Enders for myself.
I think that's fair. For my own personal vote, I mean, it's so tough. I think it might also go to Gasman for me. Gasman was, I mean, I think that Barbados in general was very hit or miss. I mentioned that before, but I think when Gasman got the hits, there were a few rounds where it was just complete domination. So it's hard for me not to say that. Yeah, I mean, it's close between those two as well for me. But honestly, whatever we've got, but with our production, I say my vote is waived, because I like all these players too much. You're all the MVP to me, guys. Chat, you're the MVP. Like me, please.
Yeah, the real MVP. We're all the friends we made along the way, but it's gonna be Enders with the God Gundam MVP coming out from the genl production staff. So congratulations, Enders. You are the God Gundam of Celestial Assault.
Yeah, very well earned. But no, wait a minute. All of our MVPs on the winning team. Hold on a minute. This is a little bit too much for Team Mafty, okay? No, I'm just kidding. They absolutely deserved it. And I really, like I said, I would give it to the entire team. But I think that's just called winning the actual tournament. I think that's the award for being the team MVP. But yeah, great stuff to all of our teams today. And I think we actually have some stats as well. We can see how things played out overall throughout this entire tournament. Again, this is the very first tournament tournament of 2023, of the 2023 season of the Breakout series, and of course the first one of the Pilot Academy. So we can see overall the picks and bans. Of course, most of them were all done yesterday, but you can see the point distribution for that Pilot Academy on the right side. Mafty taking home the 70 points, Tekka Dynasty with their greatest placement so far in 45 points, IQ with 25, and everybody else getting some points as well. So that is going to be huge, just getting any amount of points going towards that qualifier. I can tell you how many times I've seen series that have been broken, the tie's been broken by a single point.
Yeah, and again, I'm so glad we have these stats because it's such a huge reversal when it comes to the map picks overall as well. We didn't get to really talk about that. But Flak Fort, the most banned map from the most picked map in our last season.
Yeah, that's so weird. The turnaround has been really interesting, but I feel like just based on the maps that we've seen so far within this tournament, we've got a lot of hype moments from these maps. So I'm really happy that we did see a lot of these. We didn't see much Harbor City coming out through day number 2. We saw a lot through day number 1, but that was super hype. Underground Command Center has created a lot of really great moments as well. Then of course, we just saw so many domination missions today, and they were all super sick.
Yeah, I'm glad that we actually got a really large focus on the domination, right? Because the domination just comes out to sheer team fighting, right? It's less about fighting over an objective, a bomb plant, or anything like that. It's about just fighting and making sure that your team cohesion is better. Sometimes it did come down to individual hero moments, but overall, we got to see when it came down to it, Mafty, the team cohesion is what won out for them.
Yeah, the team cohesion and the individual moments, everything's for them. They're the full MVPs. We can't talk about them enough. But I do really want to say huge shouts to every other team that entered this tournament. You know, you really are all MVPs for still continuing to you know, compete and try to grind towards this final of the Pilot Academy. We hit so many new teams that we didn't get a chance to see on broadcast. I really hope that you all come back. I know there was you know, for example, like Iron Blood Orangutans, there was some unfortunate team member stuff. But, you know, hopefully everything gets settled out. I really want to see all of these teams do well. You know, there was a point where Powerpuff Girls was the new team. Gundam Unicorn was the new team. And now look at this. They've combined. They are the top team by a huge margin so far in this series. That could be you next. Be sure to sign up. !Discord is a really good place that you can, you know, in chat, you can see the Discord link. It's a great place to see all the different dates. !Pilot Academy, you can see all the different events, not only from us here at the Gundam Evolution New Type League, but you can also sign up for all of the other events. We just had 3 events from a different tournament organizer join the league as well. I'm really excited to see how those all turn out. But this has been really great so far. I mean, I didn't know what to expect, right? I think a lot of us didn't know what to expect from this. There have been so many changes as far as teams and balance changes and map changes and everything over the past couple of months since we had our last event. I didn't know what to expect. It was much better than I could have imagined.
Yeah, it definitely I guess trumped all of our expectations so far. I mean, we have some amazing moments, but I love to see the kind of overall arcing storyline, like you mentioned, with Powerpuff Girls, with Gundam Unicorn, being able to see them grow and get better and now become the dominant force. Now it's going to be someone else's story. Who's going to come up from the lower ranks? Who's going to come out and challenge them when it comes to our next event? And I'm all here for it. I am waiting and willing, of course, to cast any Gundam. So I'm glad that we also have the new events coming up as well. So we'll see where that all heads. But thank you once again to all of our players because they put on such an amazing show this weekend.
Oh, yeah, better than I could have ever asked for. I'm always pleasantly surprised, even though I know that all these events are going to be sick. But they're going to continue to be sick. Like I said, we've got a bunch of different tournaments already scheduled throughout most of the year, honestly. So there is just so much to play for continuing on. Be sure to sign up for those. Be sure to follow this official channel because, of course, we're going to be broadcasting all of these live on here. And we, of course, want to give our thanks once again to Satoris. We want to give a thanks to Bloodline. They have been doing such a great job of supporting us throughout this entire time, running all of these events all the way back for quite a few. And then, of course, LANFest now joining us for this event. I'm not sure exactly how far back Bloodline and Satoris actually go. But again, huge thanks to them. Huge thanks to you all for watching. Be sure to join the Discord. Be sure to sign up for all the future stuff. But we will be back for the next event. I'm not sure exactly when the date is, but You can all check it out through all the stuff that I just mentioned. Once again, huge congratulations to Team Mafty, winning the entire tournament undefeated, our champions today. And now it's time to see if anybody can take them down. But that is it from us here. Of course, last time I was EGP Wonder Chef, joined by James Jamerson Lee. And thank you all so much for tuning to the event. We'll see you all next time.